Hey, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the Flight Sim world. We're back with another DC-3 stream. It's great to have you guys here, and we're back here at Scottsdale Airport, where we last left off from last Sunday. And today we got a bit of a longer flight today. It's going to be about 892 miles, which should be done in probably 6 hours, give or take. We do we do have we have a pretty long stream here today. We have two legs today. We're going to be traveling to San Angelo, Texas, and Houston today. So we got a bit of a longer flight, and I hope you're all doing well on this Sunday morning. At least from here in the United States, it could be Sunday afternoon, evening to you guys abroad. So let's go over the flight plan for today. Um, so right here we're in go ahead and grab the map. So we are in here, Scottsdale. From Scottsdale, we can take off and make our way down through Superstition Mountains, across the San Carlos into New Mexico. We'll be crossing near La Cruces, New Mexico. From here, then from across New Mexico, we'll cross into the border between New Mexico and Texas to make our first stop here in San Angelo Memorial Airport, Mathis Field, Kilo Sierra Juliet Tango. And then from here, we'll just cross from San Angelo. It'll be a straight line flight across much more Texas, around the Austin metropolitan area, and we'll make our way down to Houston. We'll be checking out the Ellington field. We'll also, and of course, we're gonna also have a brief flyby of the Space Center before landing here in Ellington. But yeah, it's gonna be a pretty nice flight for us here. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty nice flight. Be about a couple of hours, give or take. So, hello to everyone in the chat. So let's go over the notes for today. There really wasn't very many notes for today. I did at least 4336 because, well, there wasn't very many legs. So according to the notes for Scottsdale, they flew to San Angelo for a fuel stop before continuing to Houston. And that's what they mainly did for today. And then at Houston, they looked at the museum located. Then they departed from Houston to Dallas, and then they departed to St. Louis. And that's between the events of July 17th through the 20th. July 7th. We're going to do this July 17th. So that's what's going to be there for today for the notes. Let's get back to our DC-3 here. Let's get back to our lovely Douglas DC-3 here. So she's already filled up and everything, so we're going to get ready to get her started. Hey, good to see you, Roby. Hey, yeah, we're going to be in Arizona, but also New Mexico and Texas today. So we're going to go ahead and turn on. Good to see you. Beacon lights on. Nav lights on. Both. Auto rich. Oh, yeah, you lived all three of those states. Nice. Yeah, those three states are definitely very cool, and definitely places I would like to visit myself. So definitely be really, really cool. So, yeah. Never checked out White Sands. That's a good question, actually, Roby. I don't think our flight plan's going to go over White Sands, but we might fly over a bit of Gila National Forest on our way there. And we'll fly through La Cruces, New Mexico. So, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the battery. Going to turn off ground power. I'm going to go ahead and set the heading to 091. So when we do it on our gyro pilot on Sperry. Let's see. Perfect. All right, guys, and that's our DC-3. Let's go ahead and get her taxied. We'll be taking off from runway 03. If you guys want to join in, we are in the Southeast Asian server. Here's the info. So yeah, I hope you guys are joining this weekend today. I'm going to talk about a few bit of news that just came on over the last couple of days, because I think there's been some really fascinating news in the flight sim community the last couple of days. Let's go. Full power. So here we are. We're just about to depart Scottsdale. Yeah, you can see all the golf courses down here are all the golf courses here in Scottsdale. Scottsdale's got some of the finest golf courses here in the state of Arizona. Yeah, going to VR, so read my mind if I want to type in chat. Gotcha. No worries. So, for the first leg, we'll be climbing up to 9,000 feet for the first leg of the trip. So we're going to climb to 9,000 feet. Hold. Hey, Devil Dude. Good to see you, Devil Dude. So it's good to see you, Devil Dude. I hope you're doing well. And I just heard from 6 Nuts, we did indeed reach the XP goal for our virtual airline. We just reached the 3 million XP goal, which is awesome to hear. So our new hub will be announced on Wednesday. Will be our brand new hub. So I'm very, very excited for when our new hub's gonna be picked. He'll be making the Murph is gonna make the announcement on Wednesday, so we'll be checking out. So we'll be visiting our new hub. Yep, which is great news. But the other bit of news that I'm very happy to hear was we also got a new achievement from Australia to Ireland. So we had to fly a long charter flight. We got some pretty long haul flights coming up. Yeah, it's crazy. We had nearly a 5K flight. Pretty crazy to ask me for sure, but that's a crazy flight. I'm guessing we have to work on a bit of it tomorrow, or at least later today after stream. Work on a bit of a few flights. So yeah, that's definitely going to be some pretty awesome stuff, but I'm very, very excited to see what we end up picking as our new hub. So very, very excited. Check that out for sure. I'm going to go ahead and switch the mixture to auto lean. I'm going to auto lean the mixture. So we can lean up in our tanks so we can get some more range. We do have quite a bit of a longer flight to go through today. We'll be crossing through the states of both New Mexico and Texas today, so we've got quite a bit of flying to do. The first leg should be around 556, 267, 7 plus. This first leg is going to be 592 nautical miles. 592. Actually, no, that's not. 56 plus 200. Actually, it's 596 nautical miles. So this one's going to be 596 nautical miles. So that's as long as this leg. And we should be getting there around 3.5 hours is the duration of this flight. 3.5 hour flight. We'll be climbing up to the max altitude for this leg being 9,000 feet. We'll be checking from here. So yeah, I hope everyone's having a great weekend. This weekend is going well for you guys. If you guys weren't there Friday, I had an absolutely amazing stream Friday. We were doing the AN2 over Bosnia, and the turnout was absolutely insane. It was like 30 people, like nearly 30 people joined my stream that day, and there was no raids or anything to get those numbers. It was just all those people want to come visit my stream, which is just amazing to hear. Very, very happy with that. So very, very cool. It's very. Just gonna go ahead. So yeah, but the scenery here looks really, really beautiful, guys. The scenery is fantastic today. I mean, the views of the mountains here in this part of Arizona are amazing. Oh, nice. You completed the FS Hub schedule. That's great. That's great to hear you completed the schedule. But yeah, guys, there is definitely some really interesting MSFS news I do want to talk about for today. So, probably the biggest news I heard this past week was with Phoenix Simulations, and I'm actually surprised about this. So, Phoenix Simulations, the makers of their which made the A320, which is considered by many to be the best A320 in the sim. Well, guess what they get to announce? Later this year, they're going to bring in not only performance optimizations and a bunch of new improvements and bug fixes, but they're going to come out with 2 new models for later this year. The A319 and the A321. Basically, the A319 is the shorter version of the A320, while the A321 is the longer version. Basically, they're Airbus's equivalents to the Boeing 737-700 and 900 models, respectively. And they're going to be launched by the end of the year, and they would be, as a single expansion, priced at £40, which is, I think, a real bargain, considering the quality that Phoenix does. Man, it's going to be a bargain to get 2 with the high quality of Phoenix. That is definitely going to be amazing for you Airbus pilots. This is going to be amazing news. I guess the only thing left is when they're going to make an Airbus A318, the baby bus. But yeah, very, very exciting news for your Airbus pilots. Oh, you're starting to recently stream your glider flights? Hey, no worries there, Roby. Yeah, I understand. When I first started out streaming, Roby, it's not difficult to talk to either. I'm more of an understanding about that. It took me a while too when I first started, and I didn't have a lot of people, so I just try to find ways to talk about what I want to talk about, and find things to talk about, like, for example, to stir up conversation, and that way keep yourself occupied and keep yourself interested in the stream. Like I said, it's not the easiest thing to do, but it'll definitely make going through a lot of this much easier. But yeah, that's definitely a good thing to ask, because I've been through that situation myself. So this is what my thought process is. But yeah, look at the state of this. So down over here, right where we have the national park, we actually see a bit of the Salt River below us, right across the Superstition Mountains. We have Roby 613 flying alongside us here. We have Roby with us. I wonder if there might be a few other people here with us as well. Yeah, absolutely beautiful here. The state of Arizona is absolutely beautiful. Oh, hey, Mr. 90. Good to see you, my dude. Great to have you here, Mr. 90. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, we're doing lanes 43 and 44 today. From Scottsdale to San Angelo to Houston today. Yeah, basically it's the same plane, but basically you should buy what you want I only have the PMGG for that reason. Exactly. Um, that is probably correct, Mr. 90. If you really want it, you could get it, but it's like paying multiple times for the same plane. Gotcha. But I guess, but if you really like the Airbus models, that's probably why they actually sold it. But at least that's great for all you guys. If you really do enjoy the A320 and you like to have the other models, that's probably what they do. So, and of course, in other news as well, Coxper released their 162 Skycatcher. This is their newest plane, following their C5110 Mustang. It was actually one of the side projects that Coxper made, along with Sparky Pilot 86, who we all know in Twitch. Giving her a shout out, she's a great streamer herself. But Sparky Pilot, worked on the Coxper's C-162, and as a result, they replicated a lot of the flight systems and modeled the real plane in it as well. And will incorporate with a whole bunch of liveries from the Rainier Flight Service. And it's now available through the MSF Marketplace and the developer's website for $20 US. So yeah, that's not a bad price at all. And Coxper definitely has made some pretty interesting planes for the simulator. So if you like that, if you like light sport planes, I think this would definitely be a pretty good plane to get. If you're interested. So yeah, those are just a little bit about the news for today. So that's just about the... Oh, Red Wings with the Bugatti 100 race plane. Ah. Ah, yes. Yes, I heard about that. They brought that plane to sim. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There's one more news as well. So you know the guys at Got Friends, right? The makers of the Vilga, the Optica, GB, and the Double Ender. Well, they just have announced that they're currently working on the F4 Wildcats. They just made an announcement for that, so they're gonna start now working on that plane. If you guys aren't aware about the F4 Wildcat, F4 Wildcat, well, this was one of the most famous naval fighters of the Second World War. Absolutely beautiful plane. She was probably the most important naval fighter in the early years for the American Navy during World War II. But she was a very capable naval fighter. Despite being outmatched by the Japanese Zeros, thanks to its amazing pilots, they make up for whatever disadvantages the Wildcat possessed. Over 7,000 of these things have been built, and they served throughout all of World War II. Though it was replaced by the F-6F Hellcat, the Wildcat still remained very popular throughout the war. These Wildcats are provided by a Pratt & Whitney R1830 engine, 1,200 horsepower engine, go up to 288 knots max, with a range of 734 nautical miles, and a ceiling of 39,500 feet, and armed with 4 Browning and 2 Browning machine guns, as well as 2 100-pound bombs. So, very, very capable plane. But yeah, very, very excited to have that plane in the sim. It's another great warbird, bring it into the sim. And it's great to see that classic F4F Wildcat finally get its way in the sim. She's a beautiful bird. So, very, very awesome news to hear. That Wildcat's going to be a joy. And I really enjoyed all the Got Friends products they made, so I definitely might get my hands on that when it comes out. I might grab it. She's a beautiful bird. So yeah, great to have everyone here on this Sunday morning stream. So yeah, we'll be getting our way over to the slideshow pretty soon. Once we get around New Mexico, we'll be checking out the U.S. state of New Mexico pretty shortly. Yes, their discus is also really good too. I'm not really a glider kind of person, but yeah, they also have a great glider too, the discus 2M. But yeah, that's why I'm very excited for their F4 because, like I said, previously the only other ones that have made warplanes is Flying Iron, and Flying Iron has made some fantastic warplanes of their own. I have their Spitfire, great plane, and I know the Hellcat, Messerschmitt, and their P-38 are all great warbirds. Outside of Flying Iron, there wasn't really any other ones that can make a truly high quality warbird. So it's great to see Gottfriends work on one of those. So very, very excited for that. But man, the scenery today is amazing today. The scenery is just awesome today. Just beautiful scenery. We're now have reached the max height of our flight at 9,000 feet. We're gonna be remaining in this altitude for the rest of the leg. So I want to ask you guys. I hope you're all doing well. I grinded some more XP, so that probably helped us get to our XP goal for this. For now. I'm not gonna tell everyone what our hub's gonna be, but I can give you a little bit of an Easter egg. It's not in Africa. It's gonna be in Asia more likely. I'm not gonna tell exactly where in Asia it is, but it's gonna be in Asia. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah. If you look to our right, we actually see a couple of mines down here. These are all different mines. And I believe these might be some copper mines, because if you know one thing about Arizona, it is definitely copper. Yep. It is. It was named after W.D. Claypool, where we're flying over. Oh yeah, it's a copper and gold mine. That's what it is. Ooh, nice. Yeah, very, very nice area here. But yeah, there's all sorts. So yeah, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do check out the Discord here on my Discord link. My Discord here is set up for you guys to enjoy. Keep track of my latest streams and updates. So very, very excited here. Oh, hello there. Hey, Mikazi. Good to see you, Mikazi. Welcome on in, my dude. But yeah, we're doing some DC-3 flying here today. across Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. So, yeah, all that's copper mines, by the way, because it's one of the 5 Cs historically of Arizona, along with cotton, climate, citrus, climate, copper, cotton, citrus. I wonder what the rest of it is. It's one of the 5 Cs historically, so that's probably why you see that quite a bit in Texas and Arizona. So, oh yeah, this landscape's very nice. Arizona is definitely a very beautiful state, Mikazi. Um, Arizona definitely has some really great scenery, but if you weren't there, but it was definitely really nice looking. Both last week and 2 weeks ago, we went through northern Arizona, so we went through Grand Canyon and Monument Valley. Now that was now that was really stunning to visit. But even this part of Arizona is nice too. It's definitely a very nice state to visit. Head, turn. So we do have a few pilots. If you want to fly alongside us, we're on the Southeast Asian server. Closest airport is Kilo Golf Lima Oscar. We'll get there. Yeah, we have Roby 613 with us as well. We have Roby here with us. Yeah, beautiful landscape here today. Just gonna circle around. Yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, very, very. So, I think it's about time we get to get to our slideshow for today. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. When I was copying a lot of the slideshow stuff, I forgot to actually copy in the additional information about New Mexico. Um, so yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me go ahead and fix this issue quickly. This is gonna get. Yeah, I'm trying to get all the slides for my complete edition. culture. There we go. There you go. Sorry about that. Yeah. I forgot to import some of the slides over to the current one, so I just had to do that really quickly. So let's go ahead and talk about a bit about the U.S. state of New Mexico. So New Mexico is located in the southwest United States of America. The state capital of New Mexico is actually in Santa Fe, which is actually, believe it or not, you wouldn't believe this, but Santa Fe is actually the oldest capital in the United States. It currently shares the Four Corners region with Utah, Colorado, Arizona, along with bordering Texas as well, and Oklahoma. And to the south, it borders the states of both Chihuahua and Sonora to the south. New Mexico is actually, believe it or not, the 5th largest state by land area in the country, but with a population of over just 2.1 million residents, it's the 46th least, 46 in population density and 36 overall in population, with the very climate and geography. 1/3 of New Mexico's land is federally owned and home to many protected wilderness areas and national monuments, including 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which is the most of any state in the Union. It has a highly diversified economy with cattle ranching, agricultural, scientific, and technological research. It also has a significant U.S. military presence, including historic White Sands Missile Range. But New Mexico has a rich demographic and cultural character due to its unique history with both the natives, Spanish, and American history as well. Creating a very unique history that really sets New Mexico apart from the rest of the country. And it also features one of the most recognizable flags in the U.S. But New Mexico absolutely has a very rich and very unique history. It separates itself from many other places in the U.S. So let's start with New Mexico. Let's learn a little bit about the history of New Mexico, shall we? So New Mexico has a rich history. So before the Europeans arrived, the first known inhabitants were actually members of the Clovis culture of Paleo Indians, which have been around for thousands of years, between as long ago as 21,000 to 23,000 BC. Then the later on become the Mongolian and the ancient ancestral Pueblo cultures with their pottery and urban development. In fact, you can find Pueblos all across New Mexico, including those at the cities of Acoma, Tao, and Chaco Culture National Park. You can find all sorts of Pueblo dwellings and all that across the area. And the extensive sale of their trade networks led to legends throughout Mesoamerica and even the Aztecs of an unseen northern empire, which they called Yanukic Mexico, literally translated to a New Mexico, which is what led to the modern name of New Mexico in the first place. Pretty cool, huh? Afterwards, we get to, eventually though, those Aztec legends, which they're legends of a prosperous empire to the north, actually became the primary basis for the Seven Cities of Gold. And that later spurred the expedition of the Spanish conquistadors following the conquest of the Aztecs, with prominent explorers including Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, Andres Dorantes de Carranza, Alonso de Castillo Maldonado, Estevanico, and Marcos de Niza. All these people try to explore New Mexico. Now, Francisco Vasquez de Coronado did a massive expedition of Compostela in 1540 and 1542 in search of these fabled golden cities. And one of the first Spaniards used to turn New Mexico was Francisco de Ibarra in 1563. Juan Ornate officially established the name when he was the province of New Mexico in 1598 and founded the city of San Juan de los Calaveras, capital at San Gabriel de Uyuni, the first permanent European settlement in New Mexico on the Rio Grande River. But the big deal, however, was the settlement of La Villa de la Santa Fe de San Francisco de Aces. In 1610, it was established by Pedro de Peralta as a more permanent capital, and that city later became known as Santa Fe, which is still the capital of New Mexico to this day. Yes, all the way back. Yeah, and that's a real mouthful of a name. La Villa Rio de la Santa Fe de San Francisco de Aces. The Aces. So yeah, it's a real mouthful of a name. During the end of the 17th century, the Pueblo Revolt actually drove out a lot of the Spanish and occupied those cities for a decade. Though after the death of the Pueblo leader, Pope Diego de Varas restored the area to Spanish rule, but the Puebloans offered better cultural and religious liberties. Returned settlers then founded La Villa de Albuquerque in 1706 at Old Town Albuquerque as a trade center, and that became New Mexico's largest city of Albuquerque. Again, another really difficult thing to say, and difficult to spell too. But it was actually, that city was named after Francisco Fernandez de la Cuvera, the 10th Duke of Albuquerque. To encourage settlement in its vulnerable periphery, Spain awarded land grants to the European settlers in New Mexico due to the scarcity of water. The vast majority of colonists resided in the cold central valley of the Rio Grande River and many of its tributaries. Nevertheless, however, and they also provide a lot of trade through the region. I know they try to forge better relations with the Pueblos. Some governments like Tomas Velas Chapun were known for their approach to indigenous rights, though there was still a lot of tension, especially with the Navajo, Apache, and especially the Comanche Indian tribes. As a result. Though after New Spain gained independence, the province of New Mexico was then passed down to the Mexican Empire in 1821, following Mexico's War of Independence. Then that lasted And during the time the Mexicans held that area, the Mexican Republic ignored the sovereignty of both the city of Santa Fe and the Pueblo land rights, and that caused a lot more rebellions, starting in 1837. And this allowed New Mexico to be politically tied to much of the United States during that time. Eventually, though, after the Americans won the Mexican-American War, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo receded in New Mexico, handed over to the United States. Initially, the Americans were heavy-handed in their treatment of the former Mexican civilians, which triggered the Tao Revolt. And also, they started to accept the land rights of many of the indigenous tribes during that time. Eventually, though, after Texas was a state, there was a compromise in 1850, which settled the borders between New Mexico and Texas as well. And then when the Civil War broke out, both Confederate and Union governments claimed ownership over the New Mexico territory, as the Confederacy wanted the Southern tract as its own Arizona. But ultimately, though, New Mexico wasn't really that involved in the Civil War. After the end of the war, New Mexico saw some really rapid economic development due to which attracted homesteaders, rangers, cowboys, businessmen, and outlaws. Many of the former folklore characters of the West had their origins here in New Mexico. And one of the most infamous outlaws was some of the known figures include businesswoman Marie Beatrice Barcelo, a master gambler at the time. The infamous outlaw Billy the Kid. His real name was Henry McCarthy, but he became known as Billy the Kid. As well as lawman Pat Garrett and Elfigo Baca as well. And also the new immigrants and all that, completely shaped on New Mexico's culture, economy, and politics leading into the future. There was also a lot of clashes with the indigenous wars, part of the Indian Wars as well. And as a result, there has been some major conflicts between the Americans and the native tribes. Then in 1912, New Mexico was admitted as the 47th state of the Union. It was been eligible for statehood 6 years earlier, but delayed due to the perception of the Hispanic population. When the U.S. entered World War I, New Mexico's volunteered in significant numbers, and as a result, the state was actually ranked 5th in the nation for military service, enlisting more than 17,000 recruits from all 33 counties, which is pretty crazy that there were a lot of people from New Mexico that were part of the First World War. And then during the events, though, between there, New Mexico's women were at the forefront of the fight during women's suffrage during the time period before the amendment was passed for women's rights. Then there was oil discovery in 1928, leading to Mexico building up its economy. But the big thing New Mexico really claimed to fame was during the Second World War, when the first atomic bombs were designed and manufactured at Los Alamos, a site developed by the federal government to support a high-intensity scientific effort to rapidly complete research and testing of nuclear weapons before the Germans ever came around. And it was tested at a training site located between what is now White Sands Missile Range. And this high technology focus has remained still a top priority of the state, and it's become a center of the UFOs, mainly the 1947 Roswell incident. So yes, a bit of a backstory about New Mexico. So if you wonder why they actually chose New Mexico to test the bombs and not everywhere else, I guess it's because there are not very many people in New Mexico with a lot of space and all that. That's why they picked it for they kept it secret in New Mexico. And all this was part of, well, it was all part of the Manhattan Project, led by J. Robert Oppenheimer. He was the father of the atomic bomb, born from New York, but he did a lot of his testing here in New Mexico. So yeah, if you guys haven't watched the movie Oppenheimer, I haven't got a chance to watch it yet, but I heard nothing but great things from the movie. So definitely worth checking out. But absolutely, definitely worth checking out the film. For sure. So yeah. Yeah, they're Barbenheimer. Yes, that's what I mentioned, Typhon. So after World War II, they were increasingly still have many more military. In fact, with all those military projects, it actually helped grow the state rapidly, nearly doubling the population. For example, in 2000, there's 1.8 million residents in New Mexico. In 1940, there were only 532,000. They like doubled the population. So there's still been lots of controversy with the military, mainly in 1957, when a B-36 accidentally dropped a nuclear bomb 4 miles away from Kirkwood Air Force Base. So there's that as well. Also, in addition to this, the art agency helped develop and became one of the world's great art centers, with artists like Georgia O'Keeffe, attracting more artists as well. And of course, it grew even further during the 21st century as well, thanks to technology like electric circuitry, scientific research, information technology, Southwest art, American Southwest art, food, film, and a lot of media attention. And lots of technology people still make their homes here in New Mexico. So yeah, this is a bit of the fascinating history of the U.S. state of New Mexico. Definitely a really neat and very colorful history about New Mexico. So yeah, I hope you guys liked that. A bit of a history lesson from yours truly. So yeah, beautiful scenery here today. So to our right, we could see Mount Graham up here. Is Mount Graham. Mount Graham is about 10,000 feet. It is the highest elevation here in the Coronado National Forest. It's also the southernmost peak in the continental United States that's above 10,000 feet. So, yeah, it's a pretty tall mountain here in Mount Graham. It's a pretty tall mountain. Let's check our fuel situation. Over here. Okay, it's 160 gallons. That's okay. We're doing quite good. So yeah, we're about to reach the border between here and New Mexico. Here pretty shortly. So yeah, if you guys have any questions about New Mexico, just let me know, and I'll probably explain to you the best I can. Let's see who's with us here today. Oh, looks like we have someone else here with us. Makazi's with us here too. I see you, Makazi. Great having you here too, my dude. And we have Roby up here at 9,000 feet. This is impressive flying, you guys. Very, very nice. But yeah, Oppenheimer is, from what I know, is an excellent film. They did like, just this is probably one of Christopher Nolan's best movies. And I mean, Christopher Nolan's made some fantastic movies over the years. Like he's made all sorts of films. He's actually made all sorts of really interesting films. He's made tons of films. But they include like Memento. Obviously, his Batman trilogy is what a lot of people know him for, is for his Batman trilogy, particularly the second film of his movie, The Dark Knight. He made Interstellar in 2014. He made Dunkirk in 2017 about Dunkirk, and then obviously Oppenheimer for this year. But he's been a very successful director. He's made a lot of great films. So you can't go wrong with Christopher Nolan's filmmaking abilities. Yeah, the scenery here is just absolutely beautiful. Oh yeah, and this is the Morenci mine. To our left is the Morenci mine. This is the Morenci mine to our left. This is a historic copper mine located here in Green Tea County. So again, another copper mine town. There are lots of them here in Arizona. I mean, look at the size of these mines. It's just, it is crazy that there are so many copper mines here in Arizona. But I mean, it makes sense. Historically, that's what built a lot of Arizona's economy. Pretty crazy stuff going on here. So we'll be continuing heading on forward. We still got a bit of a while to go before we make our way to the next waypoint. But yeah, the views are absolutely insane here. So yeah, I'll be giving out the schedule for next week. But I'll give you an update for the schedule for next week. But I'm planning on doing for next week's schedule. Next week on Wednesday we'll be checking out a new Firefly Air stream. We'll be checking out some flying around. We'll be checking out Asia for a bit on Wednesday's stream. We'll be doing some Firefly air flying into Japan on Wednesday. We're going to be doing 2 airline flights. First would be a Firefly air flight. We'll be flying from Nagasaki over, for our stream. It's going to be Nagasaki to Sapporo. We'll be doing a Firefly air thing as well. We'll be doing actually 2 flights on Wednesday. we'll be taking off first from Tokyo Haneda Airport. From Tokyo, we'll make our way over to Nagasaki Airport. And then from Nagasaki, we'll make a short hop from Nagasaki over to Naha in Okinawa. So we'll be doing 2 Firefly Air flights across the stream on Wednesday. On Friday, we'll be doing a Yonkers Ju-52 flight. I have not taken the Yonkers in so long, but we'll actually be doing some flying. We'll probably take off from Salzburg, make our way down from Salzburg over to Vienna, then Vienna to Bratislava, then across the Danube over into Budapest. That'll be Friday's stream. And then on Sunday, we have 2 more legs of our DC-3 trip from Houston to Dallas. And then from Dallas, we'll fly our way over to St. Louis. We'll make our way over to St. Louis Downtown Airport. Kilo Charlie Papa Sierra. So we'll be doing legs 45 and 46. So that's going to be the up-to-date streams for the next week. I'll post those informations. Yeah, you mean Arizona's con was not sustained by cactus candy? No, Roby. No, Arizona's economy for the longest time has been the 5 C's, which is copper, cattle, cotton, citrus, and climate. No, not cactus candy. I would like to try cactus candy when I'm in Arizona. I would like to try that, but well, guys, we are just made our way. We're about to cross over to New Mexico. So in the distance is Gila National Forest. If you guys don't mind, I could do a stream in New Mexico. It wouldn't be next Friday, but it might be the week after. Probably do some flying around here. Check out Gila National Forest, the White Sands, and possibly up to Santa Fe, which would be cool. Hey, Planet Neutral, good morning to you, my dude. Check out Planet Neutral today. Check out his stream. He makes some great flight sim content. He also has some really nice music too, mainly from the Grateful Dead. But he's also got a lot of other music too. But he also does lots of great streams with the Bush Planes. Yeah, definitely check out Planet Neutral. He's a great dude. So yeah, you're gonna be finishing up. I think you're about almost finished up with the Orange River today. Planet Neutral. You're gonna finish up the Orange River today, which is a really scenic river, which is gonna be great. Yeah, very interesting. I may catch by later today. Sure. Yeah, we're heading our way to San Angelo first, so we're gonna make our way over to San Angelo, Texas. That'll be where we're heading to right now. I need the little boy's room. Co-pilot Elise is fine with me. If I crash in a mountain, you know why. Don't worry about it. Where's Makazi? So we have Makazi with us. I believe Roby's still around here somewhere. Yeah, there is Makazi. He's with us. So yeah, we also got quite a bit of lessons playing neutral, so I'm talking a little bit about New Mexico today. Definitely a very underappreciated state. I think it's definitely one of the coolest states in the Union because New Mexico has such a colorful and rich history that that's definitely worth checking out. So, oh, Roby's above me. Oh. Roby is above. He's at 12,000 feet. Oh, that's a bit high. I mean, you definitely more than clear the altitude. For sure. Thanks for pointing that out, Mikazi. So let's go over a bit more about New Mexico. Let's talk about its geography, because definitely one of the more unique things about New Mexico, like Arizona, has a very diverse geography. It's also, like I said earlier, it's the 5th largest state by land area at 121,590 square miles. It's the 5th largest after Alaska, Texas, California, and Montana, which is pretty important. Of course, a lot of people think that New Mexico is actually a desert, where in fact it's actually one of the most diverse landscapes of any American state. You can see anything from wide open-color forests and verdant grasslands to broken mesas and high snow-capped peaks to more. So New Mexico has an extremely diverse geography. That's why New Mexico is such a really cool place to visit. Close to a third of the state is covered in timber, with heavily forested mountain wilderness dominating the north. You can visit the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, which is actually the southernmost point of the Rockies. There's also the Great Plains. Well, all of this gives New Mexico an extremely diverse geography. It's also home to all sorts of unique natural landmarks. Over 4/5 of New Mexico is higher than 4,000 feet above sea level, with the average elevation rising up to 8,000 feet in the northwest to less than 4,000 feet in the southeast. The highest point in all New Mexico is Wheeler Peak at 13,160 feet, while the lowest is around 2,800 feet in the Red Bluff Reservoir. In addition to the Rio Grande, which is actually tied for the 4th longest river in the U.S., New Mexico has 4 other major river systems: the Pecos, Canadian, San Juan, and Gila rivers. But the Rio Grande is the most important river by far, as it played an important role to support human habitation since prehistoric times. Aside from its rivers, it's also got a few sizable natural bodies of water, as well as artificial lakes and reservoirs. So definitely a very geographically diverse state. New Mexico's got tons of great scenery worth checking out. Climate, now, New Mexico has been known as a dry temperate climate. Overall, the state is semi-arid to arid, with areas of continental alpine climates to higher elevations. Temperatures can range from 65 degrees Fahrenheit in the southeast to around below 40 in the northern mountains, with the average being in the mid-50s. Due to its relatively stable climate and sparse populations, there are lots of clear skies and there's far less light pollution than other states, making it a very popular site for lots of astronomical observatories like the Apache Point Observatory and the Magdalena Ridge Observatory, among others. But yeah, New Mexico also, it matches the geography as its unique climate. During the summer, daytime temperatures can exceed 100 degrees at elevations below 5,000 feet as well. Though at higher elevations, the heat isn't actually that bad. And matching with the rest of it, New Mexico also has a very diverse habitats for many different animals, from bison across the Llano Estacado Plains to more mountainous area featuring conifers, spruces, aspen trees. And as a result, due to its unique climate and vegetation zones, it can support a diverse range of different wildlife, from black bears to bighorn sheep, cougars, deer, elk, coyotes, porcupine, pronghorn, western diamondback rattlesnakes, and of course, New Mexico's state bird, the roadrunner, which lives all the way out the southeast. And of course, you can also find the endangered Mexican gray wolf, or the lobo, which has been reintroduced into the wild. But yeah, New Mexico absolutely has a very, very diverse. No worries, Roby. New You didn't crash any mountains. You probably soared above all the mountains, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it's pretty crazy though. Like New Mexico is a very diverse state, own right. And of course, speaking about conservation too, in terms of conservation, Mexico has, in fact, New Mexico has nearly 1/3 of its land is actually part of the U.S. federal government, and is home to quite a few national forests and landmarks, but mainly the Gila National Forest, which is actually the sixth largest national forest in the region, the Santa Fe National Forest, and Carson National Forest, to say the least. In accordance, they also run other national parks and monuments, including the Aztec Ruins National Monument, of course, Carlsbad Caverns, one of the most beautiful ones in the country, and the historic Santa Fe Trail National Park, as well as the Pecos National Park as well. But tons of national parks and more. Which means that New Mexico has a very diverse range of natural scenery for sure. That's what we're checking out here throughout the country. Very, very cool. So yeah, I got you a little information about New Mexico. We still got a long ways to go. But we're heading towards our next waypoint. I don't think we'll be too far, but we're gonna head to our waypoint, which is near La Cruces, New Mexico. Um, Now La Cruces is one of the larger cities in New Mexico, most famous for being the home of New Mexico State University. Here, home of the New Mexico State Aggies. And it's one of the many cities that go through the Rio Grande. So that's what we're going to head towards. Hey, no worries, Mikasi. Thanks for playing along, my dude. Hope I see you later, my dude, my friend. I hope we can see you later. So have a great rest of your day. So yeah, we're currently going to do some more flying around New Mexico. So we'll be checking that out. But no, I'm trying to space my slideshow, so because, like I said, we're going to be in the air for a long time. And plus, we still have all of Texas to talk about. I'm not just talking about New Mexico, I'm talking about all about Texas. Because of course we're going to talk about Texas on this stream, so. Yeah, beautiful day here for. Just a beautiful time here on this stream. So we're going to be heading towards La Cruces, New Mexico pretty shortly. We're going to head our way over there. So we'll begin through quite a bit here on our way there. So let's go ahead and talk about New Mexico's economy for a bit. So economically, oil and gas production, high-tech scientific research, tourism, and government spending are the main drivers of New Mexico's economy. As of 2021, New Mexico's GDP was around 95 billion US dollars, which is nearly 15 billion more dollars compared to 2010. Though it peaked at 99 billion in 2019, but declined thanks to the COVID pandemic. But the per capita income of New Mexico is $45,000, which has greatly been increased since 2007 when it was at 31,000. Though it was still it was the third lowest in the country after West Virginia and Mississippi. Traditionally, it was traditionally dependent on resource extraction, ranching, and railroad transportation. New Mexico has increasingly shifted towards services, high-end manufacturing, and tourism. Since 2017, there's been a steady rise in annual visitors, culminating in a record-breaking 39.2 million tourists in 2021, which had a total income of about 10 billion US dollars. So yeah, tourism has been increasing in recent years for New Mexico. Which is pretty nice to say for the least. Then we have oil and gas. New Mexico is actually the second largest crude oil and ninth largest gas producer in the United States. It overtook North Dakota oil production in July 2021 and continued to expand. And mainly that's due to the Permian and San Juan basins, which are located partially in New Mexico, count for some of them. However, the boom in hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling led to the large production of crude oil from the Permian Basin and allowed the United States to become the world's largest producer of crude oil by 2018. And its oil and gas operations contribute to the state's above average release of methane. It's also in common with other U.S. Western states in the U.S. It receives royalties from the sale of federally owned land to oil and gas companies and has the highest proportion of federal land with oil and gas as a result. Though there's still been a lot of disputes over the U.S. government with management and revenue rights over federal land. So definitely the U.S. New Mexico definitely has some oil and gas. So all that kind of leads into that sort of discussion. Then we have arts and entertainment. So the art of the American Southwest has originated from the folks of indigenous and Hispanic peoples. Mainly Pueblo pottery, Navajo rugs, and religious icons are recognized as part of the global art world. But it was really George O'Keeffe's presence that brought a lot of international attention to art in Santa Fe, which is the capital of New Mexico. And today the city is home to several notable art establishments as well as commercial art galleries across the Canyon Road. It was also the birthplace of William Hanna and the residence of Chuck Jones, so it has connection to the animation industry. Those two are two of the big giants of animation. Also, New Mexico receives financial investments for film production, and one such was in 2019 to provide benefits for media companies to invest in the state of New Mexico. The film office said by the end of 2007 the incentive program has brought more than 85 film projects to the state since 2003. And in 2021, about $624 million were spent for film production in New Mexico. Netflix even chose New Mexico for its first U.S. production hub, creating one of the largest film studios in all of North America at Albuquerque Studios. And then following suit is NBC Universal as well. Meow Wolf, which is an artist collective, has actually worked with George R.R. Martin, obviously the author of A Song of Ice and Fire, which was adapted to Games of Thrones, and Matt King. It has expanded through the Southwest. And in terms of music direction, country music labels have production here with Warner Western. And during the 50s and 60s, artists like Glenn Campbell, Johnny Duncan, Waylon Jennings, and J.D. Sumner recorded on equipment in Clovis, New Mexico. And as a result, Albuquerque was renamed the Chicano National due to the popularity of regional Mexican and Western music. It also has its own country music called New Mexico music, which is widely popular for the Southwest United States. So definitely New Mexico has a rich diversity of arts and entertainment here in New Mexico. And then in terms of technology, New Mexico is part of the larger Rio Grande Technology Corridor, which is actually emerging as an alternative to Silicon Valley. It's mainly primarily around Albuquerque, which features high technology and scientific research entities, including Sandia National Laboratories, Los Alamos National Laboratory, and many different private companies like Intel, HP, and Facebook. as well as academic institutions like New Mexico State University, and New Mexico Tech. But of course, New Mexico's been a science and tech hub since the mid 20th century, thanks to, well, the Manhattan Project, as well as many rocket tests and Roswell astronomers' personal computer development, including MITS, which was founded at Albuquerque. And in fact, the successful microcomputer was even invented around Albuquerque, the Altair 8800, featuring two of its employees, Paul Allen and Bill Gates, who later founded Microsoft in 1975. So yeah, New Mexico's been a big part. It's been a major center for tech startups, with biosciences particularly, since 2013. And in just this year, the U.S. Department of Energy announced several projects to build domestic semiconductor manufacturing of semiconductors. Well, thanks to New Mexico's high altitude, clear skies, and sparse population, it's been very popular for astronomical and aerospace activities. Beginning with the Space Triangle, and New Mexico is sometimes considered the birthplace of the U.S. space program as a result. And of course, in recent years, it's been a major center for private spaceflight, mainly with its first commercial spaceport of Spaceport America, mainly with Branson's Virgin Galactic. So definitely, science and tech has played a huge role in New Mexico. So definitely a very big deal. Then we have agriculture. Much of the land is arid, but there's still agricultural activities, mainly around the Rio Grande River. And specialty areas include cash crops, cattle ranching, farming, game, and fish. Agriculture contributes to $40 billion to New Mexico's economy and employs nearly 260,000 people. It exports around $275 million in agricultural goods and ranks first nationwide in chili peppers, second in pecans, and fifth in onion. But there's two particular vegetables that have been very important for New Mexico: the New Mexico chili pepper and the pinto beans. But the most valuable of those two is definitely the New Mexico chili pepper. New Mexico sold close to $40 million of these chili peppers. The largest commodity is dairy with Dean Foods in New Mexico. It also has a rich history of cattling for many tribes, and you can find all sorts of wild game and fish like trout, crawdads, and venison. And there's even quite a few restaurant chains in the state, like Blake's Lotta Burger, Dion's Pizza, and more. But yeah, the chili peppers have a very long history in New Mexico. In particular, about the chili pepper, well, they were first grown by the Pueblo tribes, and they built their own strains. Eventually, when the Spanish arrived, they introduced European cultivation techniques, create their own cultivars, and they have been sold worldwide as well, in places like Europe, Australia, and Japan. And they have a long history about chili pepper. But very cool about the chili pepper. So yeah, a picture of all those New Mexico chili peppers. And then we have tourism. And New Mexico's really been growing considerably for tourism. Thanks to its distinctive culture, rich artistic scene, favorable climate, diverse geography have been major drivers for tourism. In fact, it's been actually considered for tourism since as early as 1880 because for travelers of respiratory illness thanks to its altitude and aridity. And since then, it's been growing in visitors, including in 2021 breaking nearly 39.2 million visitors. Its unique culinary scene has gained even more attention thanks to its rich culinary scene, including numerous James Beard Foundation awards and featured in many television series, including Diners, Drive-In and Dives, Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown, and many others. Also, outdoor recreation is popular thanks to a lot of nature reserves, parks, ski resorts, and more, making outdoor recreation very popular, and New Mexico's government is actively promoting tourism to the state. Tourism is a big deal in New Mexico. So, yeah. So yeah, there is Roby with us. Roby's still with us. Let's see if there's anyone else here with us. I'm here, but it's not like Lisa's flying here anymore. Yeah, exactly. I'm just checking to see if anyone else is here with us. This is going to be quite a bit of a long. But yeah, definitely getting near this area at least. Have you seen Copilot Lease? It's a voice-activated command in the inexpensive work. Well, I have not seen it very much. We're just about 656 nautical miles away from our final destination in Houston. We'll be making our way crossing through the New Mexico border pretty shortly into our next waypoint in Las Cruces, New Mexico. So yeah, so kind of my plans after this. After today, I'm probably gonna get started working on the new Firefly Air achievements. I have a close childhood friends that said in New Mexico, so should stop by and say hello. And that's pretty nice, Roby. So we're about to reach our next waypoint here in La Cruces, New Mexico. Yeah, beautiful area here in New Mexico. We can see quite a few of the peaks to our left. We can see some of the mountains that lead up to the San Andres mountain range and the White Sands. Nearby is the White Sands area beyond the mountains, where you can find historic White Sands National Park. This is a beautiful area. Yeah, definitely a very pretty area here today in New Mexico. We're in the more southern area in New Mexico, so it's definitely a lot more arid, less foresty area. So yeah, we're getting very close to let's go ahead and probably start wrapping up a bit about New Mexico. So let's go back to our slideshow. So New Mexico, let's talk about the transportation area of New Mexico. So New Mexico is a very important corridor for trade and migrations, and that dates all the way back to even the Native American times when the boulders of the ruins of Chaco Canyon created network roads from the mysterious settlement, and this led to potentially a lot of trade from the native tribes. However, north-south trade continued even with the pre-Columbian trade with the Mesoamerican cultures, including exotic birds, seashells, and copper. Turquoise, pottery, and salt were some of the goods transported south through the Rio Grande. And it's pretty remarkable even to today, considering it was undertaken on foot, and eventually later became a path for horse-drawn columns from New Spain, known as the El Camino Real de Tierra Adelanto, one of the four royal roads that are crucial lifelines to Spain's colonial possession. And then during the 19th century was the famous Santa Fe Trail, which connected the territory's commercial highway link between them and the eastern United States. And as a result, it's one of the National Historic Trails, along with the Old Spanish Trail as well. New Mexico's latitude and low passage made an attractive east-west transportation corridor, and as a result, with the Gadsden Purchase, it increased the land area to construct a Southern Transcontinental Railroad, known as the Southern Pacific Railroad, as well as the and it brought a lot of population stuff as a result. So New Mexico has played a big role, and yes, it is also a highway too. Correct. So, by the way, before we get closer, we've just reached La Cruces, New Mexico. La Cruces, New Mexico, everyone. So this is La Cruces, New Mexico. So here it is, everyone. Airway to Las Cruces, New Mexico. There's Las Cruces. So Las Cruces, New Mexico. Is the largest city in southern New Mexico, and it's actually New Mexico's second largest city, population of 11,000 people. Though its entire metropolitan area is around 213,000 people, it's the economic and geographic center of the Mississippi Valley on the floodplain of the Rio Grande River. And it's the home of New Mexico State University, the only land-grant university in the state, as well as the major employer of the White Sands Test Facility. And of course, it's home to Spaceport America, which is around 42 miles north of 55 miles north of Las Cruces. So here's the New Mexico State. Down below us is New Mexico State here in Las Cruces. So yeah, that is just a little bit about Las Cruces, New Mexico. Circle back to the north. Hey, good to see you, Biggles. Welcome on in. We just passed Las Cruces, New Mexico. We're heading our way over to San Angelo, Texas. We got 2 legs to do today. We're doing legs 33, 34. We're doing leg 43. We're heading our way to San Angelo, which is right in central Texas. But yeah, great to have everyone here today. Thank you guys so much for joining along with me during the flight. But yeah, we're doing quite well, Biggles. If any of you guys want to fly along today, we have. Oh, you're joining now. Nice. That's awesome. So, yeah, I got slides today talking about New Mexico and in Texas today. That'll be our slides for today. This area right here is absolutely stunning, though. New Mexico is definitely a very scenic and beautiful state. Definitely somewhere I want to check out someday. Yeah, the mountains. So we're right around White Sands, actually, guys. We're right around the territory of White Sands. So we're actually not far from the White Sands missile range, everyone. So, no detours though, but we could see the White Sands briefly. I think we could see the White Sands from around here at a height. And oh, I see a Biggles. Yeah, very. And Biggles is in the DC-3 as well. Yeah. Oh, look what we see to our left, the White Sands Missile Range, which is part of White Sands National Park. Actually. So White's is, and this is part of White Sands National Park and Missile Range. Here. So the White Sands actually has some pretty interesting history, actually. So about 12,000 years ago, it used to feature lots of large lakes, streams, and ice age. However, when the climate actually warmed, the rain snowmelt dissolved gypsum from those mountains and carried it right into the basin. And with more warming and drying, it causes the lakes to evaporate and form selenite crystals. Then the winds broke the crystals and transported eastward, and it produces the unique gypsum sand that created its white colors. But yeah, it's white sand dune, and it's the largest of its kind on Earth. And it covers the size of 145,000 acres. Um, so yeah, this is a very cool national park. Thousands of species inhabit the national park, which a large portion are actually invertebrates, and at least 45 species are actually living only in this national park. Though it was redesignated a national park by President Donald Trump, and it's the most visited national park site in all of New Mexico, with around 600,000 visitors each year. To the heart of the dunes, featured picnic areas, backcountry backgrounds, hiking trails, sliding on the dunes, and nature walk. But this area has been used for Native Americans for thousands of years. And Paleo Indians and various indigenous tribes have been part of this area for years. And of course, this national park was also used as a film location for a variety of Western films, include Four Faces West, Kingdom High, My Name is Nobody, Fight the Bullet, and Young Guns 2, with other feature films shot here like King Solomon's Mines, The Man Who Fell Earth, White Sands, the first two of the Michael Bay Transformer films, and The Book of Eli in 2010 were all shot here in White Sands National Park. But how cool is that? And apparently there's found and a lot of invertebrates have made a home here, as well as 50 mammal, 30 reptiles, 7 amphibian, and even a fish species. Yes, there are actually fish that live in this area. As crazy as that sounds. Yeah, tons of animals live. And the only fish that lives here is the white sands pupfish. But they only found in 2 springs in small streams around this area. That's White Sands National Park over here. That's what I was talking. But yeah, all this is, and much of this is part by the White Sands Missile Range that was established in 1941. And of course, this is where the atomic bombs happened in 1945. Codename Trinity was detonated in the northern boundary of the range. They also tested German B-2 rockets that were brought in by our Catchment troops. They tested them around this area. It was also where the spaceship Columbia landed to conclude the STS, the third space shuttle mission. So in fact, it was used quite a bit for military operations as well. But yeah, pretty cool stuff about White Sands. Very, very cool. Just let you guys get a brief history about the place. Let's go ahead and get New Mexico kind of. Hey, Ian Fisher, good to see ya. If you guys want to check out Ian's streams, Ian Fisher does a lot of flights and streams with the A2A Misfit Squadron, and he flies all sorts of planes, from GA to the turboprop liners, airliners, military planes. Ian's got a little bit of everything on his streams, so definitely check them out. I hope you're doing well. We're just talking about the White Springs National Park here in New Mexico. Also, in addition, we also just passed one of the major cities down in the Rio Grande, and that's El Paso, Texas, and the nearby city of Ciudad Juarez. So, definitely very, very cool. Hey, good to see you, Captain Berg. Good afternoon, first time chat from Norway. Good afternoon to you from the United States, the U.S. state of Indiana. Great to have you here, Captain Berg. I hope you're having a good day here yourself. We're currently doing my historical recreation of the 2017 Breitling DC-3 flight across the world. We started this all the way back on New Year's Day. And we've been traveling with this DC-3 across the world. From Geneva, we went across Italy, to Croatia, to Athens, Greece, the Middle East, across Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, to the Arab Gulf, then to South and Southeast Asia, move up to East Asia with Japan, across the Pacific into Alaska, and we're now going down from the west to the eastern United States. So that is what we're doing. We're currently on Lake 43 right now. We're heading to San Angelo, Texas, for our stream. We got in the air about 2 hours ago, and we're making our way down to Texas. So yeah, welcome on in, my dude. If you don't know me, I've been streaming on Twitch since 2021. I do mainly GA flying, but I also do the airliner stuff on Wednesdays. Fridays is the main GA streams for the group flights, and then Sundays is where I usually do the historical stuff on Sundays. Yeah, it's a long trip, and we still got a long ways to go. Like, I still need to go up to St. Louis, Dallas, St. Louis, Chicago, Toronto, Boston, New York. Then have to go back up to Canada, like to Quebec, Goose Bay, then cross over the Atlantic through Greenland and Iceland, then back to Europe with the UK, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and then back to Sweden. So yeah, we got a long ways to go. It's gonna take me about probably a couple more months. I hope to get this completed by the end of this year, hopefully. Let's see. Let's see how many streams. A stream. That'll be next week. Thanks. Yeah, we got a long flying to do. I've been thinking about doing the same for a long time. Yeah, this is my first ever around the world stream, by the way. But I have done historical recreations before. The first one I've done, which was it was the 1926 Berlin Beijing flight. I recreated that one with the help of my good friend Nightzep. And we recreated that flight. From Berlin to Beijing, we actually had to fly across much of Russia, in fact, which included we went from Berlin to former Königsberg, Kaliningrad, which is formerly known as Königsberg at the time. Then then to um, then to Smolensk, Moscow, um, Kazan, Ekaterinburg, Omsk, all across there. We got to see Lake Baikal, which was the highlight of that trip was Baikal. Then went across into Manchuria and made our way to Beijing that way. But man, that was a lot of really cool stuff to visit. And it was really neat to visit that part of Russia before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I mean, sorry about my English. Hey, no worries, Captain Berg. Um, no, you don't need to apologize about that. No need to, my dude. No need to. yeah, we got a bit whiles to go, so let's go ahead and finish the New Mexico thing. I'm gonna go ahead and get. So after this, so personal automobiles still remain the most primary means of transportation for most New Mexicans. Um, the state had nearly 59,927 route miles of highways as of 2000. The the forward number has increased from roads. However, New Mexico is plagued with poor road conditions as 30 of its roadways suffer from inadequate funding. As of 2001, 703 highway bridges were declared structurally deficient. In data from 2019 says around 207 bridges and more than 3,000 miles of highway are less than subpar condition, result in greater commute times and higher cost of vehicle maintenance. Historically, New Mexico had a problem with drunk driving, though it's lessened. The state originally once had the highest alcohol-related crash rates, but by 2009 it was ranked just 25th. However, a 2022 report cited poor road as a major factor for its high traffic fatalities, as 1,900 people were killed by automotive crashes. New Mexico only has three major highways. Go down through New Mexico. Interstate 10 travels southwest from the Arizona state line near Lordsburg to the area between La Cruces. Interstate 25 is the major north-south connecting from La Cruces to the Colorado state line near Renton. And I-40 connects east and west from Gallup over to Camari in Albuquerque, which was a part of the former route, which used to be Route 66. But the most famous route and highway was definitely Route 66, which we did a whole series on, by the way, Captain Berg. We did a whole Route 66 series. In fact, if you guys want to check out the VOD for that stream series, I have it here in the Discord. So you guys are more than happy to check it out. Much of Route 66 remains used for tourism, is preserved for local significance, and that route connected the cities of Albuquerque and Gallup before replaced by I-40. However, another famous route is US 666, but it used to be known as the Devil's Highway and served the Four Corners area. It was known as the Devil's Highway. It was redesignated as Route 491. Yeah, pretty cool stuff about New Mexico. The rail transport, there were around 2,300 route miles of railroads in the year 2000, though it's been increased even more. In addition to local railroad and tourist lines, the state jointly operates Heritage Narrow Gauge Steam Train, the Cumbres and Tully Scenic Railway. And the rise of rail transportation was a major source of demographic growth in the state during the 19th century. It mainly grew. At the height, it once connected 9 of New Mexico's 10 most populous cities, though that's been decreased since the automobile and airports and all that. But there's still some railroad stuff that still operate in New Mexico. So pretty interesting to know about. And I do want to ask the chat, if you guys are enjoying this stream and if you're liking the content, why don't you smash the follow button? And that way we keep track of my latest content and streams and keep you all up to date for my content as well. So definitely don't be afraid to check that out for sure. So in terms of aerospace, New Mexico has 4 primary commercial airports, but by far the busiest, the main and busiest and largest airport is the one in Albuquerque. The International Sunport is the only one designated a medium-sized hub. The other comparable large airports are Lehigh County Airport, Roswell International Air Center, and Santa Fe Regional, which has various service degrees by major airlines. Though most New Mexico airports are small GA hubs operated by municipal governments. As a result, due to a sparse population and isolated communities, New Mexico ranks among the states most reliant on the Essential Air Service federal program. But of course, New Mexico is also home to its own spaceport, Spaceports America, located in Upham, and it's operated by the New Mexico Spaceport Authority, and with many different tenants like House Mobile, Spin Launch, and Virgin Galactic. And over 300 suborbital flights have been launched since 2006. So yeah, it definitely has a few really interesting things with its space and aviation program. So yeah, and then finally for education, due to low population and numerous federal research facilities, New Mexico actually has the highest concentration PhD holders of any state in 2000. The New Mexico Public Education Department sees all of the primary schools in Mexico, and New Mexico has 41 accredited degree institutions, 12 are private, with 29 being state-funded, include 4 different tribal colleges. The most important major universities are University of New Mexico Albuquerque, New Mexico State in Las Cruces, and New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology. Are all the big sort of stuff. So those are all the big universities and stuff as well. So definitely very, very cool. And finally, for New Mexico New Mexico has a very, very rich and very unique culture. In fact, it's definitely very unique compared to many other American states, as it's a unique feature of indigenous, Spanish, Hispanic, and American influences. All those intermingling create a very unique uh, identity, dialect, cuisine, and more. Like other states in the American Southwest, New Mexico bears the legacy of the Old West period of American westward expansion and is an important center of Native American culture. Some 200,000 residents, which is around 1/10 of all of New Mexico's population, are of indigenous descent here in New Mexico. And all that diversity is reflected in nearly everything else. And as a result, New Mexico has a very rich history of indigenous culture, including the largest powwow in the United States, drawing hundreds of native tribes across North America, known as the Gathering of Nations. And it's not just reflected culturally, it also is reflected in its unique architecture, which dates back to the ancestral Puebloans within the Oasis America, which is back hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. The Hispanos in New Mexico adopted the Pueblo architecture within their own buildings. And with the establishment of the modern city of Albuquerque in 1706, created its own unique style architecture that truly makes it New Mexico in literally every sense of the word. And then after New Mexico became a state, the modern Pueblo revival and territorial revival styles became more prevalent and have been encouraged since the 30s, and they blended in with modern styles to create unique New Mexican architecture, which you can still find many of these buildings all across New Mexico. Then with arts and literature, the earliest New Mexico arts survived with the members Indians can be dated back to before 1130 CE, and you can find them at the Deming Luna Members Museum. Santa Fe, however, has been one of the big art communities across the country, which has hosted many prominent figures like Bruce Nauman, Richard Tuttle, John Cuttle, Dina Vatsula, and Ned Benninger. And the capital state has many art museums, including the New Mexico Museum of Art, one of the 4 state-run museums in the city, as well as the Museum of Spanish Colonial Art, and many others. As a result, a lot of artists and writers love going to visit Santa Fe. It also features the oldest and largest juried Native American art showcase at the Santa Fe Indian Market, and more. Albuquerque also hosts many of the state's leading cultural events and institutions like the New Mexico Museum of Natural History, the National Hispanic Cultural Center, And of course, no visit to Albuquerque is ever complete without the International Balloon Fiesta. New Mexico also holds strong to its unique Spanish heritage, with traditions like the zarzuelas and flamenco are still very popular here in New Mexico. In fact, University of Mexico is the only higher education institute in the world with a program that's all dedicated to flamenco. Yes, not even in Spain, but in New Mexico. I kid you not. And as a result, it's home to the Flamenco International in New Mexico, which is the largest of those events held outside of Spain. And of course, New Mexico also has strong Spanish Native Americans contributed to the rich literature heritage as well. They're internationally recognized by authors such as Rodolfo Anaya, Tony Hillerman, and Scott Mummon. All those create New Mexico's rich, important heritage. And oh yeah, I can't talk about New Mexico's cuisine. Oh boy, New Mexico's cuisine is very unique among the American states. It's one thing that really sets New Mexico apart. It's definitely the unique cuisine, which fuses the various indigenous cuisine with those of Spanish and Mexican influences that originate in Nuevo Mexico, and has been shaped by a variety of influences throughout its rich history. As a result, it is unlike any other Latin food that originated in the U.S., with distinguishing characteristics include the use of local spices, herbs, flavors, and vegetables. In particular, New Mexico's most popular exports, red and green chili peppers, as well as ants and pine nuts. Some of the dishes unique to New Mexico are fried bread style sopapillas, breakfast burritos, enchilada montada, stack enchiladas, green chili stew, green chili burgers, and carne adobada, which is pork marinated red chili. And of course, it's also the center of a burgeoning Native American culinary movement as well. So New Mexico has a very colorful cuisine. And look at this. There's an enchilada and it's served in both red and green chilies. So you can know it's Christmas. Call it. Served in both red and green chilies. So yeah, very, very good. And then in terms of sports, there are no major sports teams in New Mexico, but the closest thing to a professional sports team is the minor league baseball's Albuquerque Isotopes, which is the main baseball team. They're part of the Pacific Coast League. They're the AAA baseball affiliate of the Colorado Rockies. They also host other minor league sports teams. Well, but the big thing, though, in New Mexico is, like in Kentucky and other states, is college athletics. Mainly the two big ones is the University of New Mexico, known as their athletics teams are known as the Lobos, and the New Mexico State Aggies, which are known at, which is in Las Cruces. And as a result, their rivalry between the two is known as the Rio Grande Rivalry, or the Battle of I-25, because both are located along the highway. New Mexico State has a rivalry with UTEP for the Battle of I-10, due to them being really close to each other. Also, in addition to this, in sports, Olympic gold medal Tom Yeager, an advocate of controversial high altitude training for swimming, has conducted many swimming camps throughout New Mexico. And of course, New Mexico is a hub for shooting sports, which includes the NRA Wingington Center, which is the largest and most comprehensive shooting range in the U.S. So yeah, that's a little bit about New Mexico, everyone. And of course, actually, I have one more thing about New Mexico. Its rich historic heritage. Due to its millennia of inhabitation over the next 2 centuries, New Mexico features a number of historical landmarks of historical and cultural significance. There's about 46 of those locations across the state that are listed by the U.S. National Register of Historic Places, making it the 18th highest of any state in the country. It's also home to 9 of the country's 84 national monuments, the second highest after Arizona, and some of the earliest that have ever been created, too. And of course, New Mexico is one of the 20 U.S. states with the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and among only 8 with more than 1. And New Mexico has 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which is actually the most of any American state. Yeah, that's right. And those 3 are Those three are Taos Pueblo, Chaco Culture Natural Historic Park, and Carlsbad Caverns. So yeah, they got three they got three UNESCO World Heritage Sites. How cool is that about it? So yeah, guys. And I think I have one more slide. All right, guys. And we have some pretty interesting facts about New Mexico. The land of enchantment is its official nickname of the state, obviously. So let's talk about some interesting facts to wrap up our discussion about New Mexico. First is obviously the you can't go to New Mexico without the International Balloon Fiesta, which is held over 750,000 spectators. And the reason why a lot of balloons like to go over Albuquerque is because the conditions during that time of year are extremely conducive to the hot air balloons. They love going through that time of year. Fact number 2 is La Cruces actually holds the title for the world's largest enchilada. Yes, holy enchilada. Not kidding. This monster enchilada included 750 pounds of tortillas and a whopping 75 gallons of chili sauce. Yes, 75 gallons of whole chili sauce. It's a massive enchilada. Absolutely massive. Not kidding. New Mexico's home to, well, Roswell. Apparently this is literally, and Roswell's literally themed to space alien UFO themes, which makes sense. It was allegedly the site of a UFO crash in 1947 and one of the most disputed of New Mexico's facts. But yeah, in Roswell, there are quite a few things to do. Some of the things you can find in Roswell include the International UFO Museum, the Roswell Museum, the Spacewalk, an Alien Zone. But yeah, they basically have Roswell's got quite a few some very unique landmarks you can find over here. And finally, the last major fact is you can find an ice cave located within Bandera Volcano. You can actually find a literal ice cave. As crazy as that sounds. And that's located nearby Grant, New Mexico, is the ice cave. But yeah, very, very neat. So yeah, that's it, everyone. That is all the facts and history about New Mexico, everyone. And just as we speak, we just now crossed the border with Texas, baby. Yeehaw! We crossed into Texas, everyone. Welcome to the Lone Star State. So apparently, we actually went over Guadalupe Mountains National Park, which is actually, I believe, this is where Texas' highest point is actually originated. This might just be Texas's highest point across Texas. I think that's correct. Oh yeah, I think this is probably Texas's highest point around this area. Oh yeah, Guadalupe Peak. Yes, that's right. Guadalupe Peak is actually the highest point in all of Texas. Yep, we just passed that one. Texas's highest point located. Yeah, we just crossed 10,000 feet, so yep, right, guys, we did it. We're in Texas, everyone. So I'm gonna be heading to the restroom really quick. Shortly, I'll be heading back to the restroom. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Hey, yes, good to see you guys. Okay, I'm back. Hold on. Got the Daisy beverage. Yeah, and you get my Spurs. No worries. And Super Typhoon says, yes, that is true. Texas is massive. It's a massive economy in Texas. So yeah, we're now in the U.S. state of Texas. So we are just around. We're just about 200 nautical miles from San Angelo. We now made it our way to Texas. So flying along with us is Roby. We also have Biggles with us too. Roby and Biggles are with us. So yeah, we're finally moving into the United States, Texas. So we're right in Texas, so the Lone Star State. So looks like we can actually talk about a little bit about Texas. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's also quite a few sites about New Mexico worth visiting. Um, Obviously Carlsbad National Park, made for the limestone, is one of the most famous tourist attractions in Mexico. There's also Bandelier National Monument, among the remains of the indigenous habitats and structures like masonry walls and dwellings, and finally Taos Pueblos. You can find them around 5 stories high, and around 150 people live within the town full time. And it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, too. So yeah, that's just a little bit about New Mexico's sites. Places that are 100% worth checking out in New Mexico. So let's briefly talk a little bit about Texas, the Lone Star State, as we may call it. But Texas is located in the south central region of the U.S. At 260,596 square miles and more than 3 million residents, it's both the second largest state in the U.S. by both area and population, behind Alaska in the former and latter after California. And it has quite a few states border it, but mainly Louisiana to the east, Arkansas northeast, Oklahoma to the north, New Mexico to the west, and the Mexican states of Chihuahua, Coahuila, Nuevo Leon, and Tamaulipas in the south and southwest. And of course, shares the Gulf of Mexico to the south. The most populous city in Texas is Houston, and it's the fourth largest in the U.S. It's also home to the second most populous city in the state, being San Antonio. And Dallas-Fort Worth is among the largest metropolitan areas in the country. However, its state capital is Austin, Texas, which is actually the second most populous state capital in the U.S., right after the city of which is right after Phoenix, Arizona. Around Phoenix. And of course, it's nicknamed the Lone Star State due to its former status as an independent republic, and it can be found not only in the state flag, but the state seal as well. Texas's name actually comes from the cattle word Pesha, meaning friends. Texas also has diverse landscapes that is common to both the south and southern and southwest regions. And even though a lot of people think Texas is a desert, again, that's less than 10% of Texas' land, and most popular areas were the sites of prairies, grasslands, forests, and coastline. Historically, 4 industries have shaped Texas' economy: cattle and bison, cotton, timber, and oil. Cattle dominated through much of the in the late 19th century. Cotton and lumber grew as major industries, and then oil in much of the 20th century. Texas since then has developed a highly diversified economy that is really mixed between not only industry but tourism, agriculture, petrochemicals, electronics, aerospaces, and more. And in Texas, it had more sovereign states. It would have the 10th highest economy in the world. It's in Texas. So Type Fun's only a little bit wrong, just by 2 points. Yeah, that is a little bit about the overview of this U.S. state of Texas. But Texas has been quite a long history. You see, in the pre-European area, there are 2 major cultural spheres of it: the Southwest and Plains areas, and apparently they found 3 major indigenous cultures in the area. They were the ancestral Pueblos from the upper Rio Grande, centered in the west, the Mississippian culture along the east of Texas, and the civilizations of Mesoamerica in the south. The influence of Teotihuacan in northern Mexico has been around since 500 AD, but declined over the 8th to 10th centuries. And when Europeans discovered the area, There were several different cultures near people living in divided amazed tribes of smaller ones that lived all across, and they include many different families of people and groups. They were mainly divided by the language families, including the Caddoan people, the Atakapan, the Athabascan, the Kohinutan, and Uto Aztecan, as well as other isolates as well, have been all around Texas. But basically, there has been a large range of different indigenous groups, and more have lived across the state of Texas. Ah, you lived in El Paso. My father was stationed in the Army. Ah, that's right. Yeah, El Paso has Biggs Army Air Base. That's why they established in El Paso. There's Fort Bliss and Biggs Army Airfield. So that's kind of what it was. The first historical document related to Texas was a Gulf of Coast, created in 1519 by the Spanish explorer Alonso Alvarez de Pineda. Um, and 9 years later, a shipwreck explorer, Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, and his cohort became the first Europeans to discover what is now Texas. And he reported that in 1528, when the Spanish landed here, half the natives died from the disease of the bowels and blamed us. Cabeza de Vaca also made observations about the lives of the natives of Texas. Apparently, they said the natives drove off a lot of mosquitoes with fire to the plains. As well. Then, following Cabaca, Hernando de Soto entered Texas from the east, seeking a route through Mexico. And the lands they passed through cattle lands, but turned back, reaching the river Takeo. At which point, the native peoples were nomadic and didn't have agricultural stores to feed the expeditions. So, as a result, Europeans kind of ignored the area until accidentally settling there in 1685. In 1690, and one of the reasons people settled here was miscalculations by a French explorer, Rene Riviere Cavalier de La Salle, established the colony of Fort St. Louis at Matagorda Bay, which is right around the Texas coast, around 80 miles northeast of Corpus Christi, rather than along the Mississippi River, but that lasted only for 4 years before succumbing to harsh conditions and hostile natives. But in 1690, Spanish authorities constructed many missions around East Texas. After resistance from the native tribes, they returned back to Mexico. When France began settling Louisiana, Spanish built another more missions within East Texas. This time they became more successful when they created the city of San Antonio as the first civilian settlement in the area. And I think a lot of people probably know what San Antonio is. Currently one of the major cities in Texas. I think we should start our own tribe, the Flighton tribe. I think we already have our own community, you know, the whole Fireflies thing. And of course, all of this lasted still into the present. Hostile native tribes distance from nearby Spanish colonies discouraged settlements from the areas, and it became one of the least populated provinces of Spain. Though by the end of the 18th century, most native tribes have converted to Christianity, but the big thing that changed was when the Americans purchased Louisiana from France. The authorities of America agreed to add Texas, but eventually, though, they set the boundary to New Spain at the Savine River in 1819, which set the border which is now the border between Texas and Louisiana. And eager for a lot more land, a lot of settlers moved from Louisiana to Texas for new land. Then after the Mexican War of Independence, Texas became part of New Mexico, and due to low populations, it was assigned to other states and territories. And hoping that more settlers would reduce the constant Comanche raids for the Comanche tribe, Mexico and Texas liberalized its immigration policies to permit immigrants from outside Mexico and Spain. And as a result, large numbers of lands were allotted to the impresarios, which recruited settlers from the US, Europe, and Mexico interior. And the first grant was actually given to Moses Austin, who is the father of Stephen F. Austin. And we'll get to talk about his history in just a bit. But his father settled, the old 300 settled along many places of the Brazos River. But as a result, many immigrants flouted Mexican law, especially the prohibition of slavery, and combine that with the U.S. attempts to purchase Texas. The Mexican authorities decided to prohibit continued immigration from the U.S., and all of these disturbances led to constant revolts with Mexico, as well as tensions between the Federals and Centralists in Mexico, which finally set off the Battle of Gonzales in 1845 and launched the Texas Revolution. And over the 2 months, the Texans defeat the Mexican troops all across the region, and eventually led to the final battle at the battle. Many famous battles occurred during the war, including the Battle of the Alamo, which Santa Anna forces overwhelmed the Texas defenders. The Alamo, and finally, after much more time, the Texan delegates did the Convention of 1836 and declared independence from Mexico as the Republic of Texas. After a couple weeks of retreat, the Texan army commanded by Sam Houston attacked and defeated Santa Anna's forces in the Battle of San Jacinto. He was captured and forced to sign the Treaties of Velasco, ending the war and making Texas an independent republic. Though after the war, there were still a few political battles within the factions, with the nationalists advocated for continued independence of Texas, while the others, Sam Houston, advocated to be annexed to the United States with peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, it led to the Texas Archive War, and Sam Houston's group won and allowed them to be integrated into the United States. As a result, here's all that slide. Then in 1845, James Polk won election of 1884, and it was annexed into Texas. It was admitted as a State of the Union on December 29th, 1845 as a State of the Union. Though right after Texas was annexed, Mexico broke diplomatic relations with the U.S., and a few months later, Mexican troops routed an American cavalry patrol in the Thornton Affair, which started the Mexican-American War, which led to Mexico's defeat. There have been quite a few major battles within Texas, of course, including the battles of Signature Fort, Texas, Palo Alto, and Resca de Palma. But after these decisive victories, the U.S. invaded Mexican territory, ending the fight in Texas, and after a series of American victories, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo ended the war, and Mexico was forced to give the U.S. undisputed control of Texas, as well as the Mexican cessation in 1848. And of course, after the war, Texas was then, afterwards, it didn't last too long because, well, just about 12 years later, we had the American Civil War happen. When Abraham Lincoln was elected, the South Carolina succeeded and fired at Fort Sumner, which caused the U.S. Civil War to happen. Texas was voted into the Confederate States with a vote of 166 to 8 and joined the Confederate States of America. However, not all Texans favor secession as well. And while far from the major battlefields in the American Civil War, Texas contributed large numbers of soldiers and equipment to the rest of the Confederacy. As a result. But of course, it didn't really matter all that much since the Union had so many more advantages. And after the Galveston was captured, and the capture of the Mississippi River, Texas was then reabsorbed back in the Union after the Civil War. Hey, we got a raid from DH Paradox. Welcome on in, DH, with a party of 3. Good to see you, DH Paradox. DH Paradox and viewers, this is Viperstruck 95, and we are doing leg 43 and 44 of our flights today. We're traveling to San Angelo and Houston, Texas today. I hope you're doing well, DH. I think you were doing some American Truck Sim today. So check out DH Paradox's stream here on Twitch. He also does some occasional flight sim as well, but he's mainly been doing lots of truck sim. But yeah, we're doing quite well. I was just talking about the history of Texas. Oh, you were just doing the Oklahoma expansion. Gotcha. Yeah, that just came out the other day. But yeah, very, very cool. You checked out Oklahoma. Nice, the Sooner State. Yeah, very, very cool. So yeah, we were just doing some talking about Texas today. So after the Civil War, Texas was devastated in the Civil War, but since it wasn't dependent on our slaves, it was actually able to recover much more quickly from the Reconstruction than our states. However, during the 19th century, Texas was notoriously was a frontier territory for who want to escape debt, war tensions, and other problems. The cattle industry also thrived, though it became less profitable, so cotton and lumber became major industries as well as railroad. But the thing that truly changed Texas's history was on January 10th, 1901, when the first major oil well in Texas, Spindletop, was found south of Beaumont, Texas, and resulted in an oil boom which completely transformed the state of Texas. I kid you not. Eventually, the oil production reached at its peak in 1972 around 3 million barrels of oil per day produced in Texas. If anyone's like wanting to start a Twitch stream, gotcha. Oh, your dad grew up in Muskogee. Cool. Yeah. Also, in addition to this, Texas continued to grow through much of the 1910s. However, then we had then it hit with a double hit for Texas, the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl, all significantly damaged Texas's economy. Because the Great Depression obviously reduced a lot of the income, led to a lot of unemployment, and the Dust Bowl made things even worse. A lot of people left Texas, especially the black population left Texas for the northern U.S. or California. However, with World War II, it dramatically impacted Texas economically, where they built money on military bases, munitions factories, POW detention camps, and army hospitals. And the cities exploded with new industry, colleges, and lots of farmers got better paying jobs. And as a result, Texas manufactured 31.1% of U.S. military armaments during the war, which is ranked 11th among the 48 states. And Texas continued to modernize even further. And as a result, beginning around the mid-20th century, Texas transformed from a rural agricultural state to an urbanized industrial state, and the population continued to grow very quickly due to migration and part of the Sun Belt during the 1970s and 80s. Lessening the reliance on petroleum and became more services and other industries. And from the mid-2000s to 2019, Texas grew a lot of business relocation and regional headquarters from companies in California due to, well, its more favorable tax rates. However, with COVID, Texas was kind of hurt from the economy, but Texas actually economically did do pretty okay. And finally, in 2021, there was the winter storm that happened, which damaged a lot of Texas's power grid, creating a lot of blackouts over Texas. So yeah, that is about the history of Texas. Just a brief overview. You're off to find lunch. No worries, DH Paradox. Thank you for coming along on today's stream. Thank you so much for the raid, DH. Hope to see you again soon. So yeah. So I believe we're not far from Odessa and Midland. So in this area is probably where Odessa and Midland are located. There is an actual spaceport up here too, Midland International Air and Spaceport around the area. So yeah, in terms of sports news, so apparently in terms of sports news, the Women's World Cup is going on. The female FIFA Women's World Cup is going on currently, and the Americans lost to Sweden. Like, what? Yes, the American women's national team actually lost to Sweden due to penalties, actually. So far in the quarterfinals, we have Spain and the Netherlands, and we have Japan versus Sweden. I mean, the Netherlands were completely dominant in this World Cup. I mean, the Netherlands were absolutely dominant during their run for the World Cup. But yeah, should be interesting to see. Tomorrow is going to be England and Nigeria, and then Australia and Denmark. So those are going to be the two games for the women's. So it should definitely be interesting now to see who would win without the Americans in there. Pretty interesting. Yeah, great to be here with you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed a bit of this stream. I hope you guys are liking the slides I've worked on. I know I've put a lot of work into these slides for you guys. I know it took me a long while to compile these slides. In fact, I have the complete edition slides, and that's around like 1,400 slides that I've done. It's just insane. So I'm going to go ahead and check the tanks. Okay, we're around 50 gallons on the main tank. So we're around 50 gallons. So I think we can make the rest of the trip with reserve. I'll still keep track of the tanks, but yeah, there's definitely lots of, if you know something about the Texas scenery, it's like much of Texas is kind of flat, except when you get to the south and southwest parts of Texas, it gets much more hilly. Like there's Big Bend and all that, which is definitely, I think, if I were to use a Texas bushline, definitely check out that area. Yeah, a lot of it looks pretty flat. And if you all see those circles around the ground too, that's because of farming communities all around Texas. A lot of these are plots and all that. That's why it kind of looks like that. Very, very cool. So yeah, across this area down below us, to our left, is the town of Odessa, Texas. Where we're at. Odessa, Texas. This is Odessa, Texas. Population 114,000. Texas is 28th most populous city. However, Odessa is most famous for being in the book Friday Night Lights, in its movie adaptation, which has been very popular among a lot of TV series. Of course, Odessa was also the home of First Lady Barbara Bush and the one-time home of former presidents George H.W. and George W. Bush. But it was founded back in 1881 as a water stop and cattle shipping point of the Texas Pacific Railway, and it's been said named after Odessa, Ukraine, due to the local shortgrass prairie. However, oil became a major draw for lots of residents, and it grew really rapidly. And there's other notable people besides Barbara Bush and all that. They include U.S. Medal of Honor recipient Alfred Mack Wilson during the Vietnam, Marvin Rex Young. We have former U.S. Navy SEAL Chris Kyle. And finally, college football Hall of Fame player Charles Dickus. Are all notable people from there as well. So yeah, that is a little bit about Odessa, Texas. Like, we're getting pretty good. We're getting pretty close to making our way down here as well too. So we're just about under 100 nautical miles away from San Angelo, Texas. So why don't I get a few more slides done before we get our way to San Angelo? Let's talk about Texas's geography. I mean, it makes sense. It is the second largest state in the Union in land area after Alaska. Though by residents, the state is generally divided into North Texas, East Texas, Central Texas, South Texas, West Texas, and sometimes the Panhandle. Though it also has Four physical regions: the Gulf Coast Plains, interior lowlands, Great Plains, and Basin Range as a result. But yeah, Texas has quite a surprisingly diverse geography. Not as much as New Mexico, obviously, but Texas has its own geography. But this vast geographic, economic, and cultural diversity makes Texas into its own unique region of the state. As a result. But let's talk about some of those areas. So, for example, in the coast, there's in the coast and estuaries, you can find all sorts of different estuaries around Texas's 367-mile coast, including the Barrier Islands, and they're home to some of the largest and most ecologically productive estuaries in the U.S. And you can find all sorts of animals and wildlife living across that area of Texas. With the many different estuaries home to all sorts of different fish. Seabirds and all that make their homes here in this part of Texas. The North Central Plains. As well. Then you have the North Central Plains, which is the Capstar Escarpment, the west and all that. And it's between the cities of Abilene and Wichita Falls, as well as then you have the Great Plains area, which is like Midland, Odessa, Lubbock, and Amarillo. You also have hill country as well. And some of the first areas farmed were those prairies, which were high expansive clays as well. Lots of farmland and all that were part of the Great Plains. And then found in the west is the mountains and basin area, which has definitely gotten less than 12 inches of rainfall, but it's the most complex natural region of Texas, which includes the Sand Hills, Stockton Plateau, desert valleys, and more. So definitely a very unique area of Texas. Definitely very, very cool. Then in terms of wildlife species, Texas is home to Texas is home to nearly 65 species of mammals, 213 species of reptiles and amphibians, including the American green tree frog, and probably the greatest diversity of bird life in the U.S. 590 native species of birds live in Texas. So Texas is the king of a lot of bird species. It's also home to several species of wasp species. And during the spring, Texas wildflowers, including the state flower, the bluebonnet, line highways all across Texas. Make their homes here in Texas, but a wide range of animals live all throughout Texas. In terms of mammal species, some of the most well-known mammals include the 9-banded armadillo, which you see here in the picture. Is the 9-banded armadillo. There is the Mexican long-tailed bat species. There's a wide range of bat species. There's all sorts of bat species live across Texas. That's why Texas is called Bat Country, because you have tons of bat species across here. Lots and lots of bats live all across the caves. But also, you can find coyotes, the gray wolf. I know you can find some species of the Mexican wolf still around. Different fox species. And a few cat species like bobcats, cougars, and in fact, some areas used to have jaguars actually living across this area, but not as much anymore. They're extirpated. There's skunks, river otters, weasels, mink. And even some bear species make their home, mainly the black bear. But yeah, lots of different animals live here. Lots of animals live in Texas. You'd be quite surprised to see what you can find here in the Lone Star State. And then in terms of climate, Thanks to its large size and its location, there are multiple climate zones in Texas. The most feared is definitely the southwest of Texas. The west and southwest Texas is some of the for example, in the southwest Texas, like El Paso, averages around 8 years, while southeast Texas is much more rainy. They can average as much as 64 inches of rain per year in the southeast parts of Texas. Max temperatures in the summer months average between 80 degrees in the mountains of West Texas and Galveston Island to around 100 degrees in the Rio Grande. Though most areas of Texas see hot summer temperatures into the 90-degree range. Texas. But yeah, you'd be surprised about some of the diversity in Texas. Or someone say Jags. Yeah, Jags. Pretty crazy stuff, to say the least. But yeah, we're just 395 nautical miles away from our final destination. So we're just about 100, I think we're just 100 nautical miles away from San Angelo. So we're not very far off from San Angelo. So definitely a very nice relaxing flight here to Texas. Very nice peaceful flight here down the Lone Star. We have Biggle still with us. Roby's ahead. There's Roby 613 ahead of us. We have Biggles behind at the rear. Definitely very, very good, guys. Thank you guys so much for the turnout today on this stream. A shout out to all you guys. Thank you so much for coming on to the stream, both in chat and lurking. You guys massive thank you for everyone here. So yeah, we're getting ready to get to sit here pretty shortly. Making our way over to beautiful the San Angelo Airport. We're going to be getting here pretty shortly. So yeah, definitely some pretty cool stuff about San Angelo and all that that's going to be coming up. So yeah, I want to ask you guys about this. So one of the things I've been wanting to ask you guys, and a very important thing to talk about, is definitely for future streams and content. So next flight after this one, on next Sunday after this stream, on next Sunday we'll be back on Ellington Airport. We'll be traveling first to Dallas. We'll be landing at Fort Worth Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. So we'll be checking out Fort Worth, Texas, and then following from Fort Worth, we'll be checking out St. Louis, Missouri, which is going to be the next one. Yeah, it's actually going to be in northern. Actually, it's going to be in northern. Actually, it's Addison Airport in northern Dallas, so we'll be checking out there, and then from there we'll be visiting. We'll be flying away to Missouri. This one's going to be about 200 miles shorter than today's flights, so it could be done by 4 hours less. We'll be making our way to St. Louis. So we'll be flying through some bits of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri, but mainly Missouri, and we'll be checking out St. Louis Downtown Airport. We might do a brief flyover of St. Louis before landing at the airport, and now prepare for the week afterwards to Oshkosh, because yes, they actually attended AirVenture. So we'll check out Oshkosh, and then from there we do Oshkosh to Chicago. We'll make our way to Chicago Executive. Yeah, that would be the plans for the next couple of weeks. But yeah, I have a lot of flying to get through. But we still have quite a bit of flying to do. I still got to do the Ireland Australia thing. I got to get ready to do that. Melbourne to Australia, so I guess today I could do legs. Probably if I have enough time, I could do leg 1, and then maybe quickly do legs 5 and 6. Get those done pretty quickly. That way, I then have legs 2 and 3 to do 2, 3 legs. I may do leg 1 and 4 tonight. Do legs 5, 6, 2 on Monday. Get all those completed. That's kind of my plans doing here. I'm so new to the DC-3. Where's the cow flaps? Good question, actually. If you want to look for the cow flaps, it's right here. Here's the cow flaps control. You can set to trail. Oh, it's right over here. It's on your right side. No worries. So, let me go over to my page for San Angelo, Texas. So, let's go over. San Angelo. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about San Angelo, Texas. San Angelo. So San Angelo is located in Concho Valley, Texas. Population of 101,000 people. It's home to Angelo State University, but also Fort Concho, a former U.S. Army installation established in 1867, and Goodfellow Air Force Base, which is they mainly use for intelligence and cryptological training. But it's been ranked as one of the best small cities in the country for employment. But this area has been around since 1632. Was founded in the area. But the current city was founded in 1867 when they built Fort Concho to protect the frontier. But the city was it was home to Fort Concho, and it quickly built in the 1880s because of the route of the railroads. And many patients of tuberculosis moved to warmer climates. City founded St. Angelo Colleges, one of the region's first higher education in 1928, and grew into Angelo State University. Then it was founded in Goodfellow Air Force Base, which grew a lot of pilots, and it grew even more when vast amounts of oil were discovered. However, San Angelo was famous for the Miss Wool of America pageant with wool-related merchandise during the time. But the city is home to quite a few unique things, including a Museum of Arts in 1999, its own symphony and civic theater, which is home to the oldest community theater in Texas, founded in 1885. It also has its own city park system, and of course, historic Fort Concho, and is one of the 9 forts along the Texas Forts Trail. Some notable people from San Angelo include pioneer researcher of radioactive materials, Robert Beck. Frank Buck, who was a hunter, animal collector, and film actor, lived in San Angelo during the 40s and 50s. You have Pierce Holt, a member of the College Football Hall of Fame. 4-time Cy Young Award winner Greg Max was born here in San Angelo, who is now a Baseball Hall of Famer. The Grammy Award-winning group Los Lonely Boys. And Ernest Tubb, member of the Country Music Hall of Fame, and he worked for several years in the city. Yeah, quite a few famous people actually live in this city. Quite a few people. Pretty cool stuff. Live in San Angelo, Texas. Hey, there's Mongo. Good to see you, Mongo 7. I see you, Mongo. Good to see you guys. Nice seeing all the turnout here, guys. And finally, we have San Angelo Regional Airport here in Texas. Kilo Sierra Juliet Tango, Mathis Field. Covers 1,500 acres of land and 3 runways. It was actually originally built as Carr Field in 1941 by the U.S. Army Air Forces as a pilot training field. And during that area's time as an Army airfield, it was a training airfield for the train bombardiers for the B-25 Mitchell, B-26 Marauder medium bomber, the B-17 Flying Fortress, and the B-24 Liberator, and later the B-29s. It was one of the West Texas Bombardier Quadrangle schools, along with Midland Army Airfield, Childress Army Airfield, and Big Spring. And they did lots of operations throughout the World War as an Army airfield, but it was closed in 1945 and transitioned into a regional airport. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. After the war, it was given to the city of San Angelo. It was named after Jack W. Mathis, a bombardier who was a Medal of Honor recipient, and now provides daily commercial city of San Angelo to with flights to Dallas. It currently has 3 runways. 1836 is the longest runway, which is around 8,049 feet or 2,453 meters. 0321 at 5,939 feet or 1,810 meters. And 0927 at around 4,402 feet or 1,342 meters. Features 2 full-service fixed-base operators and 2 aircraft maintenance repair operations site. It's also got stations for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection and Border Patrol. But mainly, a lot of it's for GA, but there are airline flights from American Eagle, regional carrier of American Airlines, to Dallas. So that's what they mainly fly towards, as well as cargo flights to San Antonio and Austin, Texas. But in the past, there have been quite a few airlines. Continental Airlines flew their DC-3s across some of these routes between San Antonio and Denver. going through San Antonio, San Angelo, Big Spring, Midland, Odessa, Hobbs, Carlsbad, El Paso, all those areas to Denver. Then they flew Convair 240s and all that. Connell flew quite a few routes, but left the city in 1963. Trans-Texas Airways, which also had our DC-3s. In fact, this was actually, I believe this is actually flew on those routes. And flew to San Angelo. From Dallas to El Paso. And there used to be jets that operate out of here to Dallas and Houston. But yeah. So it hasn't been the same since then. So yeah. So we are around just 40 nautical miles away from San Angelo Airport. I think now is a good time to start. I'm going to start descending pretty shortly. Let's check our fuel situation. I'm going to go ahead and swap tank. So left auxiliary, right auxiliary. We can get ready for the first landing of the day. Once we land, I'll take a quick brief stop here in San Angelo Airport, and then we'll get ready to back flying all the way from here to Ellington Airport. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for coming along on today's stream. For here today, we got quite a few long flights coming up. We still got a lot more to go through. We still got to make our flight over to Houston, Texas. We'll be flying over a bit of the Austin metropolitan area along the way. It will just be a straight line flight. So yeah, guys, thank you guys so much for joining along here today on this DC-3 stream. It's been great doing this around the world trip. These are the streams I've been looking most forward to through the week. I mean, I just love doing the DC-3 stuff because this has been a favorite plane of mine since it came to the sim. I just keep flying this thing. It's just such a great plane to fly and have a bunch of fun. But man, imagine this. We already crossed through 3 states today. That's crazy. We crossed through Arizona, New Mexico, now Texas. And next week's going to be the same thing. We'll be flying over 4 states next week. Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. And technically, actually 5 technically, because we'll also be landing in Illinois. We'll be landing in St. Louis, Illinois. So technically, we'll be flying through 5 states next week. And then the next one will be Illinois and Wisconsin, back to Illinois, then, I don't know, New York, Massachusetts. But yeah, we got quite a bit of going, but the thing is, we have long been since done the hardest leg we did, which was all the way back in Alaska. If you guys don't remember, I had a massively long stream flying over Alaska. We went from Obihiro to the islands, and it was the longest stream I've ever did on. We had some pretty long streams before. This is not new for me or the channel. Oh yeah, nearby San Angelo is Goodfellow Air Base. That's also nearby. Now, Goodfellow Air Base, a little bit of information about Goodfellow. Located here in San Angelo, it's part of the Air Education Training Command to teach cryptologic and intelligence training for the Air Force, Space Force, Army, Coast Guard, Navy, and Marine Corps. It was named after World War I aviator John J. Goodfellow Jr., but its history traces back to the days before the attack of Pearl Harbor, and mainly to conduct visual reconnaissance behind enemy lines. as a result. And during World War II, they trained a lot of pilots. Well, and many of them were decorated for their heroism against Germany, Japan, and Italy. And still to this day, more people have been trained on a lot of pilots for reconnaissance and other um, and more. So pretty neat stuff about Goodfellow. I'm gonna go ahead and start. So I'm gonna go ahead and start powering down the engine a bit. And start descending down in altitude. So I'll be starting to descend. Yeah, it's great being here, guys. So there's a couple of sites here in San Angelo, things to do. There's Fort Concho National Historic Site, the San Angelo Museum of Fine Arts, the International Water Lily Collection, and San Angelo State Park with mountain trails and everything. So yeah, there's quite a few things to do here in San Angelo that are definitely worth exploring. So yeah, we're ready to get ready for the first landing of the day. So if you guys want to do your predictions, we got quite a bit. Exclamation point predict. Type in a negative number. We're gonna get ready for the land predictions here. Hey, we actually got a fall from Balancing Elk. Good to see you, my dude. Thank you for the fall. We're just about to get ready to make our landing here in San Angelo Airport for our first stop today of our stream. We're making our way over to, for the first of 2 stops, we have another one headed into Houston. So that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing here today, Balancing Elk. So this is San Angelo National State Park coming up, is the Twin Buttes Reservoir. And that's right along the San Angelo Nature Trail and everything. So we're about, if you guys want to join in, we're on the Southeast Asian server. We're about to make our first landing of the day. You guys are more than welcome to join. You're hanging out at work, it's almost over. Oh, no worries with work. Yeah, I know someone who's been through work, but I'm doing very well Balancing Elk. We took off from Scottsdale, Arizona earlier today. We got to fly over Arizona and New Mexico earlier. Beautiful areas we're visiting. We got to check out some of the some of the copper mines throughout Arizona, as well as flying. I also got to see a little bit of the White Sands National Park in New Mexico. And we're currently doing this as a recreation of the 2017 Breitling DC-3 flight that started back in it started back in 2017 in real life. They flew this 77-year-old DC-3 known as Flagship Cleveland, and she went from Geneva. We already did flights across France, Italy, Croatia, through the Adriatic Sea to Athens, the Aegean to the Middle East, Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, through the UAE, Dubai, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, Macau, the island of Taiwan, Japan. Then across the Pacific on the 1,400 nautical mile flight across the Pacific to Alaska. Then went down through the Alaskan Aleutian Islands, across the Insight Passage, and now we're back in the U.S. We still need to get to the eastern half of the U.S. still. So I'm going to go ahead and disengage the gyro pilot. There's our airport we're going to be landing. We're going to descend slowly. So once we land, I'll find a temporary place to park for just a little bit. I'll change the date and I'll just change the date and time to the 18th since it goes through the next 4 days. It's going through the next couple of days for fuel. We'll just go through a temporary fuel stop for a little bit, and then get back into the air. This should be a really nice way to flight. I hope you're doing well too, Balanced Elk. It's great to have a bunch of new viewers here as well. Thank you guys so much. 21 people. That's awesome turnout. So, if you guys want to check in on my streams and you want to catch up with the latest of my streams, here's my Discord. You guys are more than interested to check it out and have a great time. Oh, you're doing good. Yeah, it's nice to hear. Yeah, Sunday's going pretty well for me. My weekend's gone pretty well. I've been doing lots of virtual airline streams. I stream on Wednesday. On Friday, I had a great time over Bosnia Herzegovina. Definitely a very beautiful area. They did a great job with the update. It looks fantastic now. But yeah, I'm having a great time here today. Today's been a really nice day. But I've been a big part of other communities too, and I've been very happy about the turnout today. Okay. Welcome to San Angelo, Texas. Leg 43 will about to be completed soon. We'll just get a bit of a break, and then we'll head our way over to a little bit of a rougher landing, but this is perfectly fine. To get this thing stopped and slow down. Track the flaps. Put some pressure on that tail wheel. There you go. Did it. I'm just going to go ahead and Roby's down too. Yeah, this is San Angelo Airport, everyone. It's a neat little regional airport here. It's definitely a pretty scenic little area in Texas. So yeah, in terms of things I've been wanting to do here, I do like to do another around the world trip. If I end up liking this, I may do an even more ambitious one than the one we're currently doing right now. But that would end up requiring Wednesdays and Fridays as well. But if it ends up coming to pass, I might do a Firefly Air around the world trip. And we'll be doing, of course, with most of the Firefly Air hubs, but my thing would be to visit every country in the world. But it won't be GA. I will also do some of this with the airliners. I think it depends on the country and places in the world. Some I check out through GA. Others, I will do the airliner stuff. I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to park right here. So yeah, guys, leg 43 is in the books. We made our way to San Angelo, Texas. We made it to San Angelo. A beautiful area. here in Texas. So we did it. Leg 43 is now been in the books, everyone. So, great to see all you guys here for this one. We'll take a bit of a minute break, get everyone caught up. And we're gonna make our way over to Ellington Airport. So we're just gonna take a quick break. If you guys want to join in, this would be a good time to join on in. But it has been a beautiful day here in Texas. Thank you guys so much for coming here. We'll be back in here in just a second. So let's go over a briefing for leg 44. So leg 44 would be from here. We'll just do a straight line from here to Ellington Airport in Houston. We'll be checking out some bits of the Houston skyline. We might be able to see NRG Stadium and the Astrodome along the way. We'll be right next to those. So we'll take some interesting pictures around the Houston area. So this should be a pretty nice flight. It's 295 nautical miles, so we should get there at a pretty good time. So yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and get back to it. Let's go ahead and get this thing taxied. We're going to go ahead and get her taxied back to the runway. We're going to take off from runway we're going to take off from runway 03. Oh. But yeah. Hey, good to see you, Ronan. Ronan Crisis, good to see you. Welcome on in, my dude. Welcome on in. Ah, yeah. Yeah, nice livery. Yeah, I like the DC-3 liveries. I know Aeropoint Heaven has more of them, but it's great to see you, my dude. We're now getting started on leg 44. We're getting ready to do leg 44 of our DC-3 around the world trip. We just landed San Angelo. Now we're getting ready for leg 44. So okay, the first leg was 601 nautical miles, and the flight time took 3 hours and 38 minutes. To get there. But yeah. But man, that was a long flight in a DC-3. Though I've done longer ones before. I did an 8. Hey, good to see you, Sideshow Rod. First time in chat and the follow, my dude. Good to see you, Sideshow Rod. I hope you're doing well. Oh yes, we're in Texas. In fact, we have 3 legs in Texas, Ronan. We traveled, the one we just finished was leg 33. Actually, not 33, 43. We started in Scottsdale, Arizona. We traveled through Arizona, New Mexico, and then much of Texas. Definitely had some really nice natural sights to see on our way. But yeah, we're in the Lone Star State, Ronan. We did talk briefly about Texas, mainly the history and geography right now. Once we get back in the air, I'll talk about the rest of Texas on the way. And if you guys don't know about me, I do these academic research stuff on my streams. So that way you guys actually learn something as you fly. It's something I'm proud of doing. So let's go ahead and get this bird in the air. So I'll circle around for a little bit. We'll get ready to get going. Oh yeah, the DC-3 has dinner service. Yep, we do. In fact, I think that's what the DC-3 had back in the old days too, Roby. And she's in the air. We're gonna keep the flaps. But yeah, I do love the DC-3. I think the DC-3 and the Beaver were the 2 favorite planes of mine from the 40th anniversary edition. These are my 2 favorites. Yeah, San Angelo is actually a pretty scenic Texas airport. It's actually a very scenic one here in the state. It's a very for this one, for I guess we're gonna cruise back to 8,000 feet. I think for this one's 8,000, 9,000 again, just like I did back in this one. Actually, I think we can go with the 4,000, 5,000 feet for this one. So let's go 4,000, 5,000 feet. We don't need to be nearly as high this time since Texas, this part of Texas is flat. So let's go 4,000 feet. 4,000, 5,000 is going to be the altitude for this one. Okay. There we go. Oh, you usually fly out of Austin. Oh, no, oh, you blew up your aerial engines on stream today. Oh, you actually stream? Let me go give him a shout out then. Yeah, Sancho streams here on Twitch. Here's his channel, by the way. So here's your stream, my dude. Here's a shout out for you. Yeah, this time we're gonna fly a little bit lower today. In altitude, we're gonna fly a little bit lower. So usually most fly around 7,000 feet. For this one, we're gonna fly around 5,000 feet. Try and keep it up. Um, 5,000. Yeah, we can see a bit of the Texas farmland and all that area here. So for this flight, our ETA should be 295. We should be around 2 hours for this one. Our ETA around almost 2. Thank you. I hope it's not today's flight. I don't think it's today's. Ronan flies out of Austin in Kilo Echo Delta Charlie. Oh, Austin Executive. Oh, that's what it is. Austin Executive Airport. Oh, nice. Actually, my first name is Austin, so so technically it is named after me, except it isn't because Austin's actually named after Stephen F. Austin. So that's. Yep, that's dope, LOL. Did they ever update the DC-3 Mongo? Good to see a Mongo. I don't think they updated it too much. I think they did a few updates with it, but I don't think as of recently they did. But I don't think they really did too much with it. Not Austin Powers. No, it's Stephen F. Austin, who his father was actually one of the first U.S. settlers into Texas. But Stephen F. Austin was the father of Texas. And brought in 300 families in their slaves from the U.S. to Texas in 1825. But he was a major part of the Texas Revolution as well. That's why he's got monuments all over the place. Yeah, very important individual, very important for the founding of Texas. So, let me go ahead and get the slides back. Let me get the slides back. Oh, right here, economy of Texas. There you go. I brought my slides back. Texas's economy, my dude. As of 2022-2023, Texas's gross GDP is 2.4 trillion US dollars, which is the second highest in the US. And in fact, its gross state product is even greater than the total GDPs of Canada, Russia, and Italy, which are the world's 8th, 9th, and 10th largest economies. Yes, that's right. Texas GSP is greater than those countries. In terms of U.S. states, it ranked 22nd among U.S. states with a median household of $64,000. And it's the second largest of any country subdivision behind, well, fellow U.S. state California. Texas has a large population, abundant natural resources, thriving cities, and leading centers of higher education, and contribute to a large and diverse economy. Since oil was discovered, the state's economy has reflected the state of the petroleum industries, though urban centers have increased in size, and it's led to all sorts of urban sprawl. But a lot of the reason why Texas's economy has grown is because, well, it's a very business-friendly state. And that's because of its $3 billion Texas Enterprise Fund, and has the highest number of Fortune 500 company headquarters in the U.S. as of 2022. In 2010, as of 2018, most recently, it was 578 millionaires are in Texas. And due to the fact Texas has a pretty low tax rates, a lot of businesses love to go here. It is among the lowest in the nation. Instead, in fact, Texas is actually one of the states that don't even have an income tax. So instead, Texas collects revenue from property taxes and sales taxes. So that's a pretty big deal. Isn't there a movement to take Texas a separate country? Actually, there was actually Texas became its own country back in 1835 before it was annexed into the U.S. So it was a separate country before, and I think there have been attempts of succession, but I don't think nowadays that's a big deal. But that movement has probably since been has more than since been died down. Like, there have been movements, but they've been died down, technically, so they can't succeed. Yeah. Pretty big deal. Agriculture and mining are also big deals. Texas actually has the most farms and acreage in the United States, and it's ranked #1 for revenue for total livestock and livestock products. Texas is #1 in the country for that. And #2 in total agricultural revenue behind California at $7.4 billion is agro cash receipts. And the largest segment of agriculture is beef cattle, followed by cotton, greenhouse and nursery, broiler chickens, and dairy products. And speaking of cattle, Texas leads the nation in production of cattle, horses, sheep, goats, wool, mohair, and hay. And leads the nation in cotton production too. So Texas actually is a very large agricultural business as well. Though Texas throughout the century has a lot of issues with drought. Well, there's also been quite a few mining and all that too. Texas does have some rare minerals as well, though it's not as important as some of the other states. Yeah, everyone thinks Texas imports, but it's really large hats. Yeah, Texas is grown quite a bit for tourism. I will definitely say that much. But historically, energy has been a massive deal in Texas because of oil. And it's been that way for much of it since spindletop was discovered back in 1901. In fact, energy has been such a huge deal, it would be the world's 6th largest, if it was a separate country, Texas would be the 6th largest oil producer in the world, according to a 2014 study, which is pretty insane when you consider that Texas has a lot of oil reserves. The Railroad Commission of Texas, as odd to its name, actually regulates the oil and gas industries and more. In Texas has proved recoverable petrol reserves of around 15.6 billion barrels of crude oil, which is around 44% of the reserves, and 9.5 billion barrels of natural gas. And these refineries can process 5.95 million barrels of oil per day. In fact, the largest refinery in the U.S. is the Port Arthur refinery in southeast Texas, and that refinery is massive, by the way. That refinery is around 636,550 barrels of oil per day. It's a massive oil refinery. Also, Texas is a leader in natural gas, where it can produce 28.8 cubic feet of gas per day, which is around 32% of the nation's production of natural gas. And lots of companies are based here in Texas, including ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, Halliburton, and more. Also, unlike the rest of the nation, most Texas is on its own power grid, known as Texas Intercon, and in fact, it leads the nation in total electricity production. And it's surprising, I know a lot of people say Texas is all about natural oil, but it's actually been growing in recent years for renewable energy, thanks to the fact it produces a lot of wind power, including the Roscoe wind farms. So yeah, Texas has actually grown quite a bit in its own industry. And speaking of which, Guten Tag, Kaharia, Guten Abend, my dear. Guys, if you want to check out Kaharia's stream, she's an awesome individual. She makes some great flight sim content. She's been doing the Spitfire Around the World streams on her channel. Really have been enjoying them. Are you related to J.R. Ewing? No. I am not related to J.R. Ewing. I am not related to him. Thank you very much. But Kahari, we're actually here in Texas here. We're heading our way to Houston as part of our DC-3 Around the World trip. This is Lake 44. So, we're currently on our way from Houston to Dallas. We're from San Angelo to Houston, actually. That's what we're doing today. But we're doing a great flight today. We had a 3-hour flight from Scottsdale to San Angelo earlier. But yeah, I am very happy to be here today. I'm having a great time with a lot of the viewers here. We are flying DCs and becoming Texas Cowboys. Yeehaw! Oh, I would love to visit Texas too. Unfortunately, I could not make it to Flight Sim Expo this year. But to be fair, we were kind of busy and we didn't have much vacation time. We already got most of our vacation planned, so we couldn't make it. But yeah, Texas is an energy giant, and rightfully so. But it's not just technology. Texas has really been as a major force in the world too. Technology is also a huge deal, and in fact, Texas, thanks to its funds for enterprising and technologies, a lot of high-tech industries are here in Texas. In fact, Silicon Hills and Silicon Prairie have been grown within the Austin and Dallas areas, and many high-tech companies are located here in Texas, including but the following: Dell, Borland, Indeed.com, Texas Instruments, Peralta Systems, and AT&T. All make their homes here in Texas. But one of the most interesting homes is NASA, where you can find the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center, located in southeast Houston as the crown jewel of the aeronautics industry here in Texas. I bet some of you guys went to Expo and visited the Space Center. I visited the Space Centers in Port Canaveral and in Huntsville. So I'm curious to check out Houston for sure. Be interested to check out those places. Oh yeah, and Tesla. Yes, Tesla has a factory there too. But SpaceX and Blue Origin both have their facilities here. Have their test facilities. Fort Worth has the Lockheed Martin's Aeronautics Division and Bell Textron. And those are all built in Texas. In fact, Lockheed builds their F-16, and F-35 Lightnings here in Fort Worth. So that is a bit about the technology and culture here in Texas. Oh yes, the Texas would, yes, Texas can get really warm, but here's the thing. As bad as Texas's heat is, I think Arizona might be worse than Texas. I think a week or two ago, Mongo was speaking about in Phoenix, and he mentioned the temperatures went as high as 119 degrees in Phoenix. Like, that is insanely hot. That's like boiling weather conditions. It's brutal. I don't even want to know what's going on there. So, oh, look who's finally with us. Roby, Gaharia, Mongo. I believe Biggles is probably around here somewhere too. But we got quite a bit of a flock here with us in our DC-3s. But yeah, Texas's factory is very, very big. It's, oh yeah, and the Circuit of the Americas. Oh, you used to live in Huntsville. My father was stationed here too. Redstone Arsenal Base. Yes. Yes. Yes, the Red Arsenal Base. Redstone. I actually, I went to the Huntsville Space Center. But yeah, it was located right next to the old Redstone Arsenal, and that place actually has a very interesting history with the space program. Redstone Arsenal. It was an old army post back in the day, but it had a long history of chemical manufacturing, and then of course, this is where a lot of the German rocket scientists worked for the space program worked in this area. So yeah, it's pretty crazy though. It's definitely a very nice space center though. But yeah, I'll be living right next to Gazaki Flyer's neck of the woods. Sure. I lived in Fort Hood for a few years in Army Brats. Yeah, better call Miles and Mountains of Empty Horizon. Ah, gotcha. Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of Texas. Actually, yeah, Fort Hood. It's yeah, that's right. Living in Killing, Texas. Oh, Killing's right in the central part of Texas. Yeah, a lot of this area is pretty flat. About Texas, this part. Yeah, it's just empty. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, it's no longer known as Fort Hood, their Mongo. It's actually now been renamed to Fort Cavazos. It's actually the new nickname. They named it after General Richard E. Cavazos, the first Hispanic four-star general and a native Texan. And they replaced the old name of Fort Hood. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, serving for the service. Like I said, I thank the people for their service and all that. Remember, the Americans, the U.S. is a volunteer service, and that's kind of the thing is like you choose to do it. You're not. It's not like many other places where you you're forced to serve because of conscription, but the United States is all volunteers, so that's why I'd be more thankful for service, for volunteering. Surprisingly, Texas is a good place for fossils. Ah, yes, Texas has. Yeah, Texas has got lots of animal fossils. Yeah, Texas absolutely has tons of fossils. Um, oh, absolutely, Texas. Like I said, there's all of this used to be a sea down in Texas. And they found all sorts of um, um, yeah, they found all sorts of stuff in Texas. They found from lots of fossilized coral. They found it early mammals like Dimorphodon and all that. And they even found big old sauropod footprints and all that for big dinosaurs. And of course, on land, there were tons of prehistoric creatures lived in the Pleistocene period, in the Cenozoic. You can find animals like mammoths and their cousins, the mastodons, saber-tooth cats, and even giant ground sloths. Yes, people forget sloths used to be much bigger these days. Yeah, they found all sorts of different animals and everything. But of course, the Texas state dinosaur is actually the Sauroposeidon is actually the official state dinosaur of Texas. Its name is known as the lizard earthquake god. And apparently there's not many other fossils known for incomplete specimens, but they said it's been around for 110 million years ago. And apparently, according to estimates and all that, they said that dinosaur could reach it to a height of 54 to 59 feet high with the neck extended. 54 feet high with a length of 189 to 112 feet and a mass of 40 to 60 tons. Which is just, it's that thing, if they found a complete restoration, would be beyond massive. It would be, yeah. There's been some thing. 1962, yeah, in Army Reserve. Speaking of prehistoric, oh, the Meg 2. I wouldn't be. I'm not gonna watch the Meg. It's not my kind of film, personally. It's not my kind of film. There'll probably be ones I probably enjoy more, but definitely have a great time checking out though. I bet you have a lot of fun. But yeah, today's been such a great day. Thank you all so much for so many amazing stuff going on. It's pretty awesome. But man, I'm loving the turnout today. Oh, I wanted to see the keg. Oh, the keg of beer. Yes, the giant keg of beer. Oh man. Oh, it's about a killer beer. In fact, I think the thing you should be worried about more is not the. Here's the funny thing. I bet that killer keg of beer would probably kill more people than the shark, because at least the shark, all you have to do is just avoid the water. Whereas beer can actually lead to all sorts of bad stuff. So yeah, do keep that in mind. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh, I'm gonna lark. My burgers are ready. I'll see you there soon. Hope you enjoy your dinner there, Rod, and hope to see you again soon. Very, very cool. So, we're about just 225 nautical miles away from our final stop. For our final destination here in Houston. Doing quite well. I wonder if there's shark burgers. Why can I see Viper and Biggles? Not see me. Oh. Yeah, there's Biggles. There's Mongo, and there's Kaharia and Roby. Yeah, we got quite a bit of a group here today, guys. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm having an absolutely great time here today, guys. Thank you, everyone here, for coming to today's stream. This has been an absolute blast of a stream. Great, great time. But yeah. Absolutely incredible. So, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Texas. So let's start with probably. Oh, that's number 16. Yeah, hashtag 16, Mongo. They really got to get this fixed by MSFS 24. Okay, that is something we don't want to have. Yeah, it's fantastic here today. I got another notification. But yeah, I just heard the news today. I know you guys probably have heard of this, but we actually got great news. We're gonna get the new hub on Wednesday for Two Tone Murphy's stream on Wednesday. Shout out to Murph. No, he's not here, but Two Tone Murphy, if you haven't even heard of him, I don't know what's wrong with you if you haven't heard about the Two Tone Murphy, but he's an absolute legend. Check out his stream. He'll be announcing the new hub for Firefly Air on Wednesday. Speaking about Firefly Air, that is the main virtual airline of the community, and I do those on Wednesdays. So now let's go ahead and talk about the culture of Texas. Of all the states in the U.S., Texas is one of the biggest states that have influenced the greater American culture. It makes sense. Texas is one of the most heavily populous and populated American states, and as a result, Texas is an extremely rich state in culture, from many different identities, from German Texans to the Tejanos, the Cajuns, Irish, African American, and white Southern enclaves. And all the different regions of Texas create a very unique that can only be described as Texan. And they got tons of influences too, from all the different people, from across the world, not just in the US, but people that come across from Germany, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Mexico, and more. From music to scene to all sorts of different cultures, making it extremely unique. And that's why Texas is its own culture that's uniquely and proudly Texan. So, very, very, very cool. Exactly. Two-Tone Murphy's an awesome dude. He's incredible. And he's the biggest inspiration for me as a streamer is Murph himself. He's my biggest inspiration for streaming. Be a streamer. He's the biggest inspiration. Massive inspiration for content creator. And his community is why I got to be here in the first place. Of course, when people think about Texas, I mean, we cannot forget about the good old ranch cowboy culture that's all throughout Texas. Its ranching tradition has been way back during the old times of the Western day, mainly with cowboy culture and rodeo. And in fact, a lot of people image Texas as the cowboy showing the westerns in music, as well as its oil tycoons making a popular topic, mainly on the show, the hit TV series Dallas, that was revolved between 1978 and 1991. Yes, this thing nearly came to air for over, I believe, 13 years. Pretty crazy. The official sport of Texas is rodeo. Rodeo is the official sport of the state of Texas. In fact, you could find the world's largest known rodeo in Houston. The Houston Livestock and Rodeo, held over 20 days from late February to early March, featuring barbecue cook-offs, rodeo events, concerts, and carnival rides. And as a result, is a very popular thing in Texas. And basically, for those who want to ask, what the heck is rodeo? Basically, this sport actually arose from the working practices of cattle herding in Spain and Mexico. And it was originally based on the skills required for working vaqueros and later cowboys among the western U.S. and mainly involved horses and our livestock, designed to test the speed of cowboys and cowgirls. And the main events comprised of tie-down roping, team roping, steer wrestling, steer roping, saddle bronc riding, bareback bronc riding, bull riding, and bull racing. And it's popular all across the western U.S. as a result. Yeah, Texas, and of course, you can't forget about Texas State Fair, which is one of the largest fairs in the U.S. by attendance. It's ran between late September through mid to late October at Fair Park in Dallas. And of course, it's also home to two major college football games during this time: the Red River rivalry between the University of Oklahoma Sooners and the University of Texas Longhorns, in the State Fair Classic between the historically black colleges of Grambling State and Prairie View A&M. And both were played at the Cotton Bowl, which was opened back in 1930. And of course, you can also find the Texas Star, the tallest Ferris wheel in the Western Hemisphere, and the 55-foot tall statue Big Tex, which is here in this picture. Here. But yeah, Texas is very proud of its culture for that. Sixth grade, I programmed the basic and Commodore to play Deep in the Heart of Texas. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Cool, my dude. Deep in the Heart of Texas. Then we gotta talk about architecture. So architecturally, Texas has been a big major deal. And it comes from a variety of sources in their architecture. Many of the buildings in Texas reflect its Spanish and Mexican roots, and there's also influence from the American South. The rapid economic growth led to a wide variety of different architectural buildings, and there's a lot more modern buildings too. Obviously, the building in the picture here is, of course, the iconic Alamo in San Antonio, which references the Spanish past of the city, which was built back in the 18th century by Spanish missionaries. There's also other iconic buildings, including the Bexar County Courthouse from 1892, and of course the Texas State Capitol. here in Austin, Texas. Yeah, very, very cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. And of course, and then we have the music of Texas. Texas is a very rich musical city here in Texas. And there's all sorts of music. And it is very diverse. Texas is a musical giant in the United States. Including Tejano, conjunto music, rock and roll, western swing, jazz, punk rock, country, hip hop, religious music, mariachi, and more. And basically, you could talk about all sorts of music. Though many people think country music is the big deal, but like I said, Texas is extremely diverse when it comes to its music. For example, obviously, in terms of country music, there are so many country musicians, it's crazy. You have honky-tonk musicians like Milton Brown and Bob Willis. You have Ernest Tubb with his country music star linked to all sorts of other popular stars. There's also the Lubbock Sound as well. Mac Davis from the 70s and 80s. There's outlaw country that has roots here with Waylon Jennings and Michael Humphrey. And of course, Willie Nelson himself, the legendary Willie Nelson. And of course, there's also the 50-year star of Kenny Rogers from Houston. In fact, one of the most famous country albums ever released was The Gambler, which sold 35 million copies reportedly. And of course, modern musicians, George Strait, known as the King of Country. And there are way more bands too for country. And that's just the beginning of what Texas can really do. Texas also has its own blues scene with Henry Thomas, Blind Willie Johnson, T-Bone Walker, and few others too. And of course, blue rock like ZZ Top and the famous Thunderbirds, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and of course rock as well with Buddy Holly. Everyone should probably know about Buddy Holly a bit. I know why people know him from the plane crash he suffered in 1959, but Buddy Holly, man, was a pioneer figure in the rock and roll scene back in the day. Followed by other guys like Buddy Knox, Gene Summers, and more. And of course, the 60s had Janis Joplin, Douglas Sam, more. And of course, more hip hop as well. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that Texas has a very diverse music. In addition to this, live music's a big deal too. After all, Austin, Texas is home to the most music venues per capita than any other U.S. city. And as a result, that's why the city has an official slogan, the live music capital of the world. I mean, there's so many nightclubs that play here, too. Of course, here's a surprising thing about anime and all that. Texas has two major cities at home to two major Japanese anime production, Funimation and Sentai Filmworks. And they put a lot of English dubs to many of their most popular series, and voiced by several actors throughout the state. And as a result, there are lots of anime conventions held in Texas. As a result of that. So yeah, pretty big stuff. Music's a big deal here in Texas. Crazy. It is brilliant. And of course, just as big as music, in fact, probably in some areas it's even bigger than music, we have to talk about sports. Yes, sports ball. Go sports, as as he as Murph would say. But no, sports are a massive deal in Texas. Texas has a very proud sports history. Of course, no sport is bigger in Texas than American football. Texas is literally the king of American football. In fact, it is a dominant leisure activity throughout the state, with autumn weekends filled with high school football games, NCAA and college games on Saturdays. In fact, Texas has top level schools more than any other in the state. And then on Sundays, they have two NFL teams. The NFL's Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans in Houston. In fact, Texas high school fans are so passionate that they have become obsessive at times. And in fact, it was so important that it was documented in the 1990 book Friday Night Lights, a town, a team, and dream, and is popular for both its film and television adaptations. In fact, it's been such a big deal that they have been criticized for the amount of money they spend on sports. For example, to put this in perspective, Allen Independent School District spent $60 million to open a high school stadium for a 60 for a high school football stadium. 60 million US dollars for that. For a high school stuff. And it's not like it's a small high school stadium either. This stadium could host up to 18,000 spectators. 18,000. And no, this isn't college. No, this is a high school stadium, which is just it's insane. Texas loves its American football. And Texas has a very long history of it. Outside of that American football, baseball is also really popular here too. It's home to two MLB teams, the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers. They both play in the same division. And as a result, and since they're now in the same division, they have a very intense rivalry through the sport. And also, minor league baseball is also very popular here too, with its own Texas League, 4 teams in its own AA, and 2 teams in the AAA League. And outside of that, other sports are popular here too, including golf, basketball, because there's 3 professional major league teams in Texas, fishing, and auto racing as well. Soccer is continuing to grow more popularity due to 2 teams already in Texas. And of course, ice hockey. Yes, you would not think ice hockey would be in Texas, but Texas actually has an NHL team in Dallas, Stars, as well as minor league teams as well. So yeah, sports are a pretty big deal here in the state. And obviously, of course, and it's not just professional sports either. Collegiate sports are a huge deal in Texas. But the main universities in Texas to keep an eye on for football are the major schools you got to keep an eye on in Texas are the University of Texas, Austin, the Longhorns. They are the most well-known team in Texas. Then Texas A&M at College Station. They currently play in the SEC. Then you have Texas Christian University in Fort Worth. Texas Tech in Lubbock, the Red Raiders. And the University of Houston Cougars. All those teams, and of course Baylor as well, in Waco. But basically, yeah, Texas is a massive deal when it comes to sport. And then right next to football, obviously we have to talk about Texan cuisine. Oh, the food in Texas. Now, when a lot of people think of food in Texas, I think a lot of people think about barbecue in Texas. After all, it's been barbecue's been around in Texas for hundreds of years. Cowboys developed their own techniques to cook beef. In particular, in terms of barbecue, The most popular things to barbecue in Texas is without question brisket, beef brisket in particular. But they also cook ribs and sausage. Texas also has its own style depending on which part of region of Texas you're in, from east to west. But of course, the most popular way to cook Texas barbecue is brisket. And in order to cook down the brisket, they had to actually slow smoke that thing and smoke it and turn the tough brisket into really delicious meat. Outside of barbecue, steak is also really popular in Texas. Steak has been a massive deal in Texas. In fact, you can even find the biggest steak in the Big Texas Steak Ranch in Amarillo. And of course, they also brought in their own desserts and pastries from Europe, like galoshes, sopapillas, pecan pie, which is Texas' official state pie, in Southern cuisine, and even has its own hybrid cuisines, mainly Tex-Mex is what a lot of people think of Texas. Also, interestingly, in Texas, is Dr. Pepper was founded in Waco. So definitely some pretty interesting food in Texas. But yeah, they have all sorts of variety in the cuisines within Texas. Yeah, the Jewish Texan cowboys have been known to roast bagels and lox in open fires. Yes. Bagels and lox, that's right. Bagel and lox is what they mainly, for the Jewish community, eats a lot of those. Well, that's because those things are kosher. Yeah, I had bagels and lox before. It's actually really good. Because smoked salmon, um, but I mainly eat it with just the salmon, cream cheese, and that. But it's very good though. Smoked salmon, very good. So we're about to reach the Texas. We're about to reach the Austin metropolitan area. Here. So right here is the Canyonlands area. There's Caharia, there's Mongo, there's Roby, and there's Biggles. Yeah, this is definitely a very scenic area here in Texas. This is actually a pretty nice looking area here around Austin. This is the Balcones Canyonlands National Wildlife Reserve. Yeah, very, very nice. But yeah, with Big Ben and all that, like this is actually a really scenic area right here. Very scenic in this part of Texas. Very, very scenic. Yeah. Yeah, that's just a bit about Texas's culture and traditions, which Texas is very rich in, guys. So hope you guys like those slides. I've been proud to work on those. I did a lot of this before the journey, but I've worked very hard on these slides. I didn't have to do it, but I chose to do it so you guys can actually. So we're just about 161 nautical miles. We're almost halfway there to Texas. So yeah, we're actually very much near Austin, Texas. Um, State capital Texas is what it's known for. But yeah, Austin, Texas is Texas's fourth most populous city, and it's the second most populous capital, one of the fastest growing large cities in the U.S. Austin is home to um, obviously live music, but also technology. In fact, it's even known for its unofficial slogan, "Keep Austin Weird." But when a lot of people think about Austin, Texas, there's a couple of things people should know about it. Obviously, live music, Silicon Hills, and of course, you can't forget about the University of Texas at Austin, the good old Texas Longhorns, as well as on the Austin FC, Austin Football Club, but mainly the Texas Longhorn football program. What you should know, Austin, which is one of the most successful college football programs in the country. Historically, has been one of the most successful, winning 4 national championships, um, winning 32 conference championships, and has produced some all-time great football players. Has produced stars such as Ricky Williams, Earl Campbell, Bobby Lane, and all that. And of course, the Longhorn. In fact, 351 Longhorns have been drafted in the NFL. Bless you. Yeah, thank you. Like the slides, thank you. Yeah, there's going to be a total solar eclipse next year of April in Texas. Oh yes, I actually did see that. There's going to be a solar eclipse next year. But yeah, University of Texas. Interesting fact about the Longhorns football program was the Longhorns never originally wore orange. They actually wore originally gold, but they changed it to orange and white. And they changed colors for many years until the voters voted orange. And they eventually became by the 30s burnt orange, which has been used still to the present day. Hook 'em horns, they call. But yeah, Texas football, lots of traditions, including the live mascot, a live Texas Longhorn itself, as well as the hook 'em horns. But yeah, you can't go wrong with visiting the university. But yeah, they have all sorts of stuff, and they play at Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial, which is one of the largest football stadiums in the U.S. Um, it can hold up to a whopping 100,000 people. But the record attendance was 105,000 people. Yeah, Texas does not have a lot of public lands in this part. Texas has a lot more private than public. Yeah, all this area is part of the Austin metropolitan area. All of this is part of it. But yeah, it's a big football stadium. Oh yeah, and speaking of University of Texas, yeah, they're going to be in the SEC next season. So imagine that the Longhorns are going to play in the same conference next year as not only their in-state rival Texas A&M in Oklahoma, which is going to join them next year. They're going to be in the same conference as Alabama, LSU, and Auburn. LSU, Auburn, Georgia, mean, it's already insane enough. The SEC now is not going to play those teams. I mean, that's insane. Like Texas already had SEC's already tough enough with Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Auburn, LSU, Tennessee, and A&M, and now you have Oklahoma and Texas. Yeesh. Yeesh, that's saying something. So yeah, to our left, it looks like the old town of Round Rock. Round Rock, Texas is to our left. Home of the Round Rock Express baseball team. But Round Rock is actually where Dell's international headquarters is located here, which employs around 16,000 people. And there's been quite a few films actually in and about Round Rock. Most infamously was in the 1974 horror movie cult classic, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Was a lot of it. In fact, there's still the old house around the area, around Round Rock. But in addition to this, the majority of the 2002 film The Rookie was shot around Round Rock, and more. And some notable people from Round Rock. But one of the most well-known people was Soapy Smith, a gangster and confidence man during the Wild West. So yeah, speaking of which too, about Austin as well, there is its main airport is Austin Bergstrom Airport, which is actually literally right next to the Course of the Americas. It's basically right next to the race course there. The Circuit of the Americas is what it's called. But that Circuit of Americas is actually currently been it's actually been used not just about it's not only used for Formula One, but in fact it's actually even been used by NASCAR of all things. You wouldn't never think, oh, NASCAR. NASCAR all about straight lines and turn left. And, but yeah, NASCAR uses it. So NASCAR, Formula One, the Motorcycle Grand MotoGP, FIA World Endurance Championship, and more. Like, this has been used for all sorts of different racing events. Definitely one of the best tracks in the country. It's definitely a very good track as well. But yeah, a lot of people can't believe this, but yeah, NASCAR has actually done a few tracks here in the Circuit of Americas. But it's definitely a very interesting race course to imagine racing the NASCAR stock cars on them. But it's a very cool track. Yeah, it's hosted all sorts of events too. Crazy. Mayday, our onboard coffee supply. Oh no! We ran out of coffee? I wonder who's been drinking all the coffee. Did Murph take all the coffee? Did he take all the Vietnamese coffee? I guess I'm gonna have to take it back to Vietnam. That's a long fight. Now we just hit the 5-hour mark, guys. 5 hours of streaming. Okay, guys. Let's see if we can get a few more things to fix from Texas. Obviously, education-wise, the father of education was second president Republican Mirabel B. He was known as the father of Texas education and set aside 3 leagues of land for each public school, which set up the basis for the Texas Permanent University Fund. As a result, Texas has 2 Wiley flagship universities within Texas. Their flagship universities are the University of Texas at Austin and Texas A&M University, ranked among the top 50 universities in the nation. But other observers include University of Houston and Texas Tech as well. Interesting fun facts about Texas A&M University. And here's a pretty funny thing about Texas A&M. Texas A&M is actually has enrolled the largest student body here in the United States of America. Yes, Texas A&M has the most students. Their student body is 72,000 people. And it's the only university in Texas to have simultaneous designation as a land, sea, and space grant program. Also, in addition, some interesting things about Texas A&M, and one of the most interesting things about it is Texas A&M has a pretty proud senior military college. A lot of people don't know this, but Texas A&M is actually one of the 6 U.S. senior military colleges in the country, which is pretty crazy to think about. But yeah, Texas A&M has a military college, and with over 2,500 members, is the largest uniformed student body outside of the service academies, which is pretty insane to think about. That Texas A&M is actually a military college. Pretty fascinating stuff, but yeah. And it features the largest precision military marching band in the country, as well as its corps of cadets. So pretty cool stuff. Their athletics are known as the Texas A&M Aggies. So pretty cool stuff. But transportation is definitely important here in Texas as well. I mean, things are bigger in Texas, so transportation is definitely a big deal here in the state. Now, Texans has historically had difficulties traversing the state due to its huge size and rough terrain, though it's been more than compensated by building America's largest highway and railway systems. Mainly its own Department of Transportation regulates all the transportation here in the state. It is an important transportation hub throughout the country, mainly from around the Dallas-Fort Worth areas. So, very big as well. And of course, from Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas can reach 93% of the nation's population within 48 hours. Trucks. Texas also has 33 different foreign trade zones, which is the most of the nation, and $298 billion of goods have been passed through the foreign trade zone. So Texas is a transportation giant. It's pretty big. And this includes the highways. The first Texas freeway was actually built back in 1948, and as of 2005, there are about 79,000 miles of public highway crisscross Texas. To fund recent growth, they had 17 toll roads as well as additional tollways. The southern central section of the state highway has a total limit of 85 miles an hour, which is the highest in the nation. And all federal and state highways are paved. So Texas is lots of highways go down Texas. Pretty crazy. Okay, for the least. But of course, we then have to talk about aviation, which is what we're doing here today. So Texas has 730 airports in the state of Texas, which is the second most of anywhere in the nation. But the largest in Texas by size and passengers is Dallas-Fort Worth. Kilo Delta Foxtrot Whiskey, which is actually the second largest airport by area in the U.S. and fourth for the world at 18,076 acres. And it is actually the fourth busiest airport in the U.S. and the second busiest, sixth worldwide in terms of traffic. But right now, actually, Texas in 2021 was at its height the second busiest airport in the world behind Atlanta. But yeah, Dallas is a very busy airport. Very, very busy. Massive airport. But it's not the only airport. And of course, it's not the only major airport in Texas. You obviously have Houston's George Bush Intercontinental, which serves, it's Houston's busiest airport. And it flies to more Mexican destinations than any U.S. airport. And then they also have a couple of other international airports. Obviously, Austin Bergstrom Airport in Austin. Used to be the site of Bergstrom Air Base. And they fly destinations across the globe, too. I mean, the places you wouldn't expect them to fly, including British Airways from London, KLM from Amsterdam, and Lufthansa from Frankfurt. They actually have European destinations, which is, who would ever believe it, but that's true. Then you have William P. Hobby in Houston. This is Houston's secondary commercial airport for Southwest. San Antonio International. Dallas Love, which is the longtime headquarters of Southwest, and El Paso Airlines. But the smallest airport to be designated as an international airport is actually Del Rio International, which is the smallest. Hey, Iowa Scotsman. Hey, good to see ya. Iowa Scotsman, welcome on in. Oh no! Oh no, Kaharia. Someone get her a medic. You can. Oh, that's not good. Oh, we can't have that. Oh, look at the sunset. Oh, that is a pretty picture, guys. Look at the sunset. Oh, that is such a cool pic. Oh, but check out Iowa Scotsman. My friend Iowa Scotsman, here's his channel. Check out his content. But yeah, great to have all you guys here on today's stream. But yeah, we're just checking out the state of Texas there, Iowa Scotsman. We're gonna head our way to Houston for today's stream. Thanks for the shout. No worries, Scotsman. Yeah, Super Typhoon, we do need a Mac for Kaharia. Oh, that sucks, though. Like I said, I don't get CTDs often, so when that happens, I absolutely feel for people who have CTDs. I don't get them, but I absolutely feel for you guys when that happens. It sucks. It really does. I'm lucky not to get CTDs, but I absolutely feel for people who do have them. very cool sunset here. But yeah, guys, we're here in we're about we're about 101 nautical miles away from our final stop here in Houston, Ellington. We might check out a bit of Houston, and we might visit the Johnson Space Center. Oh yeah, Kahari has her own medic emote. Ah, very cool. Oh, you got your own medic, son. So let's put the slideshow. All right, let's talk about ports. I know a lot of people think, oh, Texas has got all the land and air stuff. No, Texas has also got shipping ports too. In fact, you can find over 1,050 seaports all across Texas with over 1,000 miles of channels. The ports in Texas employ nearly 1 million people and annually average 317 million metric tons of cargo. And they connect to the rest of the Atlantic seaboard with the Gulf section of the Intercoastal Waterway. The Port of Houston is considered to be the busiest port in the U.S. in terms of foreign tonnage, second overall in overall tonnage, and 10th worldwide. The Houston ship channel spans 530 feet wide by 45 feet deep. So yes, Texas has a lot of major ports throughout the country, and some of these ports include Galveston. Of course, Houston itself is a major port city. You have Corpus Christi. You have the port city of Corpus Christi. And you also have Beaumont and Port Arthur, too. You have Port Arthur and Beaumont as well. But yeah, there are lots of different seaports across much of Texas. Those are probably the big ones. And of course, a lot of its railroad traditions are in the railroad industry, thanks to a lot of the cattle drives that drive livestock to the railroads into markets all across the country. In Kansas for shipping east, including the town of Baxter Springs, was handling a lot of the cattle. The first railroad to operate here in Texas was the Buffalo Bayou, Brazos, and Colorado Railway in 1853. But the first railroad that entered Texas to the north was completed in 1872 with the Missouri-Kansas-Texas Railroad. With increasing railroad access, rangers did not have to take their livestock up to the Midwest for beef to ship out of Texas, causing the decline of the cow towns. Since 1911, Texas has led the nation in length in railroad miles within the state, and peaked at its peak, there was over 17,000 miles of railway. Though that's been declined to just over 14,000 miles by 2000. But railroads are still a very important deal in Texas, mainly for not just public transit, but Amtrak and rapid transit, but also for freight. So Texas is a pretty big railroad state. Oh yeah, pretty neat stuff. Sorry about that. I think that was a gnat. A little insect. And finally, before we get going, let's have one more interesting information. Let's learn more about the Lone Star State. Here's the fun facts for you guys. Texas is obviously, I said earlier, was derived from Tasha, which means friends in the indigenous Caddo language. Of course, Texas is well known for its liberal gun laws, so you can find more guns than any other U.S. states, with more than 1 million registered firearms in the state of Texas. Texas is also home to 2 national parks, Big Bend National Park and Guadalupe National Parks, which are all located within the western half of Texas. Which, if you guys actually don't mind, I could do a stream on those areas, Big Bend and Big Bend National Park. So I could do something like that. The next interesting fact about the state of Texas is obviously Dr. Pepper was invented here in Waco by pharmacist Charles Allerton. The history of Dr. Pepper and the origins of the soft drink was originally, the history of it was formulated by Charles Allerton in Waco, and he tested a new drink with 23 different flavors back in the day, but it's still a trade secret. But and just like with Coke, the recipe for Dr. Pepper is a trade secret. No one knows what's actually in it. But yeah, Dr. Pepper has a it's definitely one of Texas's drinks. My sister loves Dr. Pepper though, but Dr. Pepper's not for me. And finally, the largest ranch in the U.S. is in King Ranch, which is around 825,000 acres of King Ranch. Now, you may not think that's a big deal, but King Ranch is actually, you wouldn't believe this, at 825,000 acres, it's bigger than not just Hong Kong, it's bigger than the entire city of Hong Kong, and the ranch is even bigger than the U.S. state of Rhode Island and the entire country of Luxembourg. Yes, a ranch in Texas is larger than those 2 areas. It's insane. Like, it is a massive ranch. But yeah, it's a massive ranch. Pretty insane. I mean, yeah, bigger in Texas. Each paradox, you're not kidding. Everything is bigger in Texas. Except when you get to Alaska, that is. But yeah, massive ranch. And speaking about that ranch has been around since 1852. Mainly it's a cattle ranch. But yeah, it is massive. It is beyond huge. But yeah, there's all sorts of things that apparently the ranch from the website King Ranch. They have all sorts of operations from ranching and cattle. They got hunting areas for hunting. You can book hunting of like peccaries and wild animals. You can do quartering horses. farming. They have an eagle nursery and all that. Like, they got lots of different stuff in that. Yeah, very, very big. So, yeah. Looks like we're finally into the U.S. state of Texas a bit. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys are enjoying this stream as much as I do. We're just 72 nautical miles from Houston, Texas. We're getting very close to Houston, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here on this stream. I mean, we're nearly up for 5.5 hours. This has been an amazing stream today. Massive thank you for everyone here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me, hold on one second. I got a bot. Yeah, be gone. Be gone, bot. Yeah, I had a bot. So I'd take care of that. Yep. Oh, I see quite a few people on the radar. Devil Dude's flying from here to Perth. From Melbourne to Perth. Oh, another notice message from 6 Knots. All the choices. Okay, our choices are Hugo Centrair, Tokyo Hanada, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki. Ooh, this could be interesting. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting choice. So it's Japan. I was thinking it was going to be in Asia. But yeah, it's going to be in Japan. So that's going to be our choices. So that's going to be our new hub choices, guys. I know I'm going to be voting. I'm going to do a vote close. I'm going to need to do some voting. I'm going to go ahead. For me, the 4 hubs is going to be. Now, I have to be the one to vote, so I think for my choices, I think Tokyo is probably my number one choice, um, followed by Nagasaki. I mean, those are all good airports, but um, my vote is going to be Tokyo number one. Definitely Tokyo. Tokyo is because Tokyo is a great city, and I have Nagasaki at number. Nagasaki's number two. That's handcrafted. Yeah, I think that's good. That's a good vote. Yeah, I okay. I just voted. Okay, I got the vote done for today. So I've already got the votes counted in and completed. So, yep. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. That's what I picked for the stream. I picked Tokyo because so there's four choices, so I picked which ones of the four. So if you guys haven't got the notems yet on the Discord for Merce Discord, don't be afraid of votes. That's what I did. Yeah, we're gonna get near Houston shortly. We're gonna be reaching Houston pretty shortly. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the city of Houston, Texas. Um, Houston, Texas is one of the largest cities in the United States. It is Texas' most populous city not just the most populous city in Texas, but the entire southern U.S. Now, we did a whole city tour of Houston way back earlier in the year. We did a whole city tour. But Houston basically has a rich history. It's a massive port city, and it's the ninth most expansive city in the United States, founded back in 1836 at the confluence of the Buffalo Bayou and White Oak Bayou as a city, and was named after General Sam Houston, who was president of the Republic of Texas at the time. But the city truly grew in the 20th century thanks to it being a major port and the Texas oil boom created a massive economy in all of Houston. And of course, space. It's also been part of NASA too. But Houston's grown into a massive city and it's known by many the Bayou City. And of course, the official nickname, the Space City, the 713, and as a result, Houston is a global city with culture, medicine, research, and more. It's home to many museums, cultural districts, and much, much more. Houston is a cultural powerhouse. Yeah, I want to turn on some of the lights. And I'm going to go ahead and turn on the landing lights. We are at night, however, so see. I'm going to go ahead and start descending down to probably around 2,500 feet. I'm going to go ahead and start descending down to 2,500. But yeah, Houston's a global city. I'm going to be briefly checking out the Houston Space Center, known as the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center. It's around 250,000 square feet, displays over 400 space artifacts, including the Mercury 9, Gemini 5, and Apollo 17 space capsules. And you can find the Manned Spaceflight Education Foundation's department here, making it one of the leading science education resources in the country. As a result. And as a result, there is definitely one of the great space centers. And we can definitely check out the museum here too. As well. Definitely a great place to visit and a great museum to check out for sure. And of course, there's the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center too, which is their center for human spaceflight. And this is where spaceflight training, research, and flight are conducted. And it is a complex of 100 different buildings with over 1620 acres in the Clear Lake area of Houston. And it's home to the NASA's Astronaut Corps and responsible for training astronauts for the US and internationally. I gotta go, Kaharia. Thank you so much, my dear, for flying along with me today. I hope to see you soon, Kaharia, and have a great rest of your day. Good night, everyone. So, in terms of landmarks here in Houston, there's a lot of other places to check out. There's the Museum District, with over 19 museums in this part of downtown. It's home to one of the great cultural attractions in Houston is the Museum District. And of course, there's the livestock and rodeo event that happened in Houston, and it's probably why a lot of people come down to Houston for that. Houston's also home to a bunch of sports teams to check out. The NFL's Houston Texans, Major League Baseball's Houston Astros, and the NBA's Houston Rockets. And finally, check out the Rice University campus with some mature trees, walking running trails, and lovely old buildings. So yeah, there you go, everyone. But man, what a great time. Oh yeah, and speaking about college sports, do I have to tell you about the realignment for college football? Yeah, what happened over the past week is beyond insane in terms of conference realignment. It is absolutely insane what it's been. I know it's sports, but I mean, the SEC now has Texas and Oklahoma. The Pac-12 is completely imploded as a sports conference. Has completely imploded. There have been so many. Then the Sun Belt. Then the It's absolutely been insane. I don't even know where to begin. Yeah, and apparently much of the Pac-12's just been disintegrated as a conference. I mean, obviously you have a lot of teams are moving to a new conference. For example, Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah joined the Big 12, while Washington, USC, UCLA, and Oregon are moving to the Big 10. Yes, that's right. The Big 10 is going to have not only the Midwest but now the Pacific schools. That is such a weird thing. The Big 10 is now going to have 18 schools. I mean, it's gonna be insane. I don't even know. Hey, back. Oh, Common Food calling. Oh yes, we're out of the Houston metropolitan area. Is it much far, Papa Smurf? No, we're not actually that far. We're actually just 29 nautical miles away from downtown Houston. So we're just 25 miles from Houston, very close to Houston Ellington Airport. But yeah. I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, the Big Ten's gonna have all the Pacific schools. The Big 12 is now gonna add. It's gonna lose Oklahoma, but it's gonna regain Buffalo, Colorado, while having Utah and Arizona. Now that's out of the conference. But yeah, it's absolutely insane. And the reason why the Pac-12, all those teams are starting to leave, is television deals. You could blame television for this. It's... Yeah, is it still the home of the Houston Oilers? No. Actually, the Oilers have moved to Tennessee. No, there's still the Texans there. They replaced the Oilers for them. Arizona State fan, kind of bummed. Used to love college ball, but the trade portal, you never know who's going to be. Yes, and now the realignment stuff. Yes, it's crazy. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame you, Mongo. I mean, the news has been absolutely insane. That's why I want to talk about it for just a second, because, I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like, the Pac-12 just imploded. I'm just hoping the ACC stays just fine for Louisville. That's the last thing I want to see is the ACC collapse. Just hope it doesn't. Okay, we're now approaching Houston. So I think we can see a bit of downtown Houston from here. Yes, it's about the last time I watched American football was the 1980s. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's why you mentioned about the Oilers. But no, the Oilers have been since moved to Nashville, become the Titans. Then in 2002, the NFL expanded to bring back the NFL back to Houston, become the Texans. Yeah, a lot of things have changed. And exactly, Irish Scotsman, money. Yes, that is the number one thing, is money. So when a lot of teams moved, and the reason why all those teams imploded in the Pac-12 is because the Pac-12 had a really bad television deal, and that completely screwed over the entire conference. So here is downtown Houston. To our left is downtown Houston, Texas. We'll be landing on runway 17 right here in Ellington Airport. Downtown Houston. Here's downtown Houston. And here's where Houston Sporting Stadiums are at. But yeah, do you know we have an American football stadium in North London and Tottenham? Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium has actually hosted a few NFL games. Got it, Bill Biggles. Thank you so much, Biggles, for joining along today. Thank you so much, Biggles, for joining. And here's the other Houston sporting venues. We can see the NRG Stadium, the Astrodome is located in this area. But thank you so much, Biggles, for joining on in. Yeah. Welcome to Houston, Texas, everyone. And here's Roby ahead of us. In front of us is Houston Hobby Airport. That's Houston's secondary airport. And finally, we're going to be landing here in Ellington Airport. Established by the Army Air Service in 1917, it was one of the initial World War I Army Air Service installations in the country. It has both a long history as both a civilian and military airfield. Here in Texas, Ellington Airport is used by both commercial and military purposes, as well as NASA GA sectors. And as a result, it's still one of the first airfields built during World War I still be present. During its military career as a joint reserve base, it was used extensively by the U.S. military for attack training in both World Wars and the Cold War as air training command, as one of the it was an air training facility, as well as air defense command and a reserve base. NASA used it for the navigation and pilot training as well. And then for general aviation purposes, it's home to the Lone Star Flight Museum, as well as the Wings Over Houston Air Show, and a few others. And it's definitely a pretty busy. It's definitely well known for general aviation purposes. It's the main GA airport for Houston. So definitely a very important airport for Houston's history. So yeah, guys, that is it. That's all the slides for today's stream. Let's go ahead and get ready to land. But man, this has been an absolute blast of a stream, guys. Thank you guys so much for the stream. We'll be back next week. So we'll be back for 2 more legs next week. We'll be back next week for 2 more legs. From Houston over to Dallas, and then from Dallas we'll be heading to St. Louis, Missouri. But yeah, thank you everyone for this stream. I mean, this has been an absolute blast of a stream today. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the gyro pilot. Gonna get ready, grab this thing for landing. Yeah, we're landing this at night. But guys, this has been an absolute joy of a stream. And this has been an absolute blast. So yeah, I'll be giving you the schedule for the streams next week. Next Wednesday, actually, I think by Monday or Tuesday, I'll be giving out the schedule. Oh, you gotta put it through the arch. Yeah. Yeah. I'll try to fly near the arch. I'm not gonna fly over the arch. Oh yeah, and by the way, too, Ellington Airport, the was actually where the site of this year's Flight Sim Expo has been held, which I definitely would like to check out. Flight Expo. Maybe they might announce it for next season. There you go, guys. Woohoo! We need to do night flight. Yeah, it's nice to do some flying at night. And I think I may want to do more of those on stream. But I have flown at night. It's definitely a very different experience than flying at daytime. But man, this has been a great flight. We'll just find somewhere to park and we can wrap up the stream, guys. This has been an absolutely incredible flight today. Man, this has been an amazing time, and I'm so glad I got to spend it with you guys today. So that is it, everyone. We can finally wrap up the stream. Just let me find somewhere to park. Right here. And Roby's down. Nice. Guys, a massive thank you to everyone here on today's stream. This has been an absolutely amazing stream, guys. Thank you so much for the new follows in the raid. This has been an absolute blast of a stream, and now leg 44 has been completed, everyone. Thank you guys so much for the stream. I hope that we can see each other again on Wednesday. We'll be back Wednesday for another Firefly Air stream. We'll be touring Japan. This should be a really fun flight. So I hope to see you guys then. We're going to be going ahead and raid to my good friends, the Shadow Display team. Thank you guys so much. And I hope to see you all then. Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your Sunday afternoon, and see you all then. Take care, everyone, and have a great day. Bye.